Okay, chat. Now we can start LB1. All right, so begins Lostbelt 1. How many say quartz on average for NP2? What do you mean, like for me to get NP2 or something, or like how many Saint Quartz on average is it going to cost you to get 2 copies? Because usually the average Saint Quartz amount is somewhere like north of 300, right? So you're looking at about, I think it's like 370 is the average. But remember, that's average, and you can get above or below the result quite easily. So at the end of the day, looking at like NP2, you'd be looking at like somewhere in like the 700 quartz range on average. It doesn't mean you won't see people that'll luck sack 2 copies and tickets. I feel lied to right now. I feel like Avalon told me you could do this without leveling your mash. But you know what? Chat, I think it's time we level our mash. It's not a bad idea to do anyways. Mash is a unit that you really kind of do want leveled up at some point. We're just gonna kind of blitz her there as fast as possible, especially since like most of my key units are leveled up now. Why am I doing this? This is the old-fashioned way of doing things. Hold on, I'm smarter than this. There we go, we got a proc. That definitely saved some members. Now Ash is level 80. Let's actually take a look at her skills. I don't think I can level them, but I can take a look. We could at least advance them. I see no issue there. Well, chat, 333 mash it is. Nothing I can do about that. Yep. She needs the one critical material that I just cannot afford to spare. Sorry, Mash. Those seeds. I'm getting to the point where I'm about to just like, even though I can farm the seeds, I'm about to just go pure prism them because I need that many that there's just no reason not to. Take the OG Mystic Code and let's go. You really do need mash leveled for those solo LB fights. I believe you don't have to win this one is the reason why you don't necessarily have to have mash soloed or something like that. Oops. Oh, no wonder. I think my pen is broken. No wonder it doesn't work. You don't have Arctic MC yet? No, not yet. Because we get the KP Earth node in a few months, Seeds node. Yeah, not my account. My account is a big no. I don't remember if I have to live like 3 turns here or I This is my first time using Mash MP. Hi chat. I haven't used Mashed MP until Lostbelt 1. Narratively, it's been used. Actually, in game, I have not. Just 3 turns. There you go. So yeah. So, I mean, quite literally, with a Mystic Code, that could have saved you 1 turn. With a with Mash's Invuln, that could have gotten you another. So you only need to live 1 turn to be able to survive that, in theory. Or a Volumen, yep. Yeah, you could also equip a craft essence that could give you some sort of defensive capability, at least for a turn, and that would be enough to keep you alive. So technically a level 1 Mash could do that. And there you go! Chat asked, where's my Arctic Mystic Code? There, chat. I got Arctic before I ever finished leveling the original Mystic Code. Feels good, man. So you already noticed we're getting a lot of 0 AP story nodes. I told you guys that was going to become more common, and it absolutely is. This is just the way the game works nowadays. Lostbelt is the start of a lot of trends that still persist to this day. Some good, some bad. You skipped Epic of Remnant? Yeah. Obviously, like there's no reason to touch Epic of Remnant right away from the standpoint of you want to get caught up for story purposes. That should be enough. And that's his on death effect. You don't need that yet. Hey, why is this plug suit equipped? What? What party did you put him into? It'll be worse if they put everything at 0 for the so-called finer chapter catch-up. I hope they do, honestly. Arctic MC is post-LB1, I thought? No. You get it right here at the beginning. Because Arctic is basically Neo OG plug suit. So it's your, sorry, not OG plug suit, OG Mystic Code. So it is basically your like Mystic Code for all of Lostbelt in that regard. There you go, just 1 turned it. Ooh, stingers. Excellent. Now I just need them to start dropping seeds. Actually, let me double check. Where's the currently best seed drop in the game? Because obviously I don't have access to it yet. Bleached Earth. Oh, it's Salem. Okay. So that would be my reason. I guess now I can do Fallen Babylon in the Babylonia Singularity, which is the 3rd best in the game. That would not be bad for me then. That's probably where I'll switch to farming seeds. So yeah, you know what? We're gonna abuse the Avicebron just for some 200 extra FP here for free. Then let's see. We could also mix in Morgan right there. And I think instead of Proto, we're going to put Ace back here. And that way I have 3 AoEs for this. Should the situation call for it. But I think we will now, since we have Arctic especially, we will now try to finish off the OG Mystic Code. There's no reason not to. It's a very good Mystic Code. But you kind of want your Mystic Codes capped out, at least from the standpoint that that way they're as strong as possible for situations that may or may not require them. I think I can fit a little bit of somebody on the back line. Let's see. Paris would work, so we'll go with Paris since Paris is already partially bonded. Can I post a link for all the servants that use seeds? I don't know why you would want to. It looks like the Babylonia node is close enough to Salem and drop to be an insignificant difference. Yeah, I'm not really worried about it as long as I have access to one of the better nodes. It doesn't have to be the best. The problem is I was farming Okeanos, which was like the 13th best node. So definitely not like the best. Do you have a favorite 1 or 2 star servant? It'd probably be between Mary Anning or Rash. Later, King. Have a good one, bud. I've seen people ignore Mash as much as possible, which is sad. Avalon, I know, has specifically tried to ignore her, at least just to see if it was possible to, like, complete the game with a level 1 Mash. Unfortunately, Ordeal Call 4 forced him to have to level her, I believe. Like, I do agree you should level Mash. Mash is a great character, but it was one of those deals of like, hey, let's see if this actually can be done. I think FGO needs new 3-star and lower servants or not because they can't clear 90++ nodes. Yeah, I'm pretty much in the latter. I don't think it will help anybody at the current point in time because they can't really clear. So like, we're at this point in the game with the 4 stars. Like NA is a different story, okay? But like, put yourself in JP's shoes. 3 stars, unless their kit is completely unique, basically are at the point now where they are largely just replaced by the permanently available, pretty insane roster of welfares. So as a result, I don't feel like the game gets much from adding more 3 stars, unfortunately. If that makes any sense. The Monster Musume opening? Yeah. He lasted a very long time, true. I think he quite literally, I think there were certain fights, like, even where a mash was required, he was able to get away with using, like, somebody else's. But that kind of just, like Ordeal Call 4 just kind of killed him. More 3-star supports like Jufu. Yeah, that's what I mean when I say, like, if their kit isn't wholly unique. Like, a Rash, for instance, has a wholly unique kit in that, like, he offers a service that, while other people can offer the service, like, say, for instance, Tutankhamun can kill himself. Tutankhamun's a 5-star. A Rash is a 1-star. So, you start comparing those and you realize the value of a Rash is that he is cheap. And that then makes a huge difference. basing everything around 90++ is boring. Oh no, I agree. I'm just saying I don't think it actually adds much to the game at this point. I certainly am not gonna like sit there and be like, oh my god, how dare they? They added low star units. I'm just gonna say that like it's probably not worth the devs' time. But if the devs want to do it, go for it. I mean, one that we could actually potentially use, and I've pointed this out before, is someone like almost akin to Shufu, but you need it to actually be a quick support. Let's do that, but he still needs some NP gain. And he has none. What? What? Rash's biggest asset is he gets the hell out of the way. Right. Both other self-destruct NPs are single target. Yeah. I mean, technically, again, as Chad has pointed out, it's like you do have Habitrot. Habitrot at least, like, has the good graces to, like, get her NP off and then move herself out. So it kind of just is the best of both worlds in that regard. I should have just left Waver out of the party and just should have just gone with the triple lineup of Morgan, Avicebron, and Ace, and I feel like that would have worked better. Low stars help me 6 slot during a lotto. So trust they're always welcome. Sure. Not gonna dispute that. But do you need more of them? Or would you rather just have more Bond Grails? Oh shit, that was the wrong turn. God damn it. Here I was sitting here thinking it's like, oh, I've already made it through. I had not, in fact, already made it through. So I just used the Mystic Code attack up on a turn that I shouldn't have. Hopefully it doesn't come back to haunt me. So I'd go with the triple buster chain, but I don't think I'm gonna kill. Avicebron's actually pretty useful in this Lostbelt, at least early on. I feel like the problem with Quick is having bad MP gain. I mean, to a degree, yes. I also think it just in general, Quick suffers from a lack of like support options. Tiamat definitely helped that. But it wouldn't be terrible to get like a low star unit. Do I have to break the bar? I assume I have to break the bar. I'm gonna go ahead and pop that because it's a protection mechanism at this point. And we're gonna just try to focus on getting Morgan to another NP. Come on, kill Waver. You know you want to. That's got to be 20% charge. Damn it. Of course I was right. Of course I was right. How unfortunate. I don't think she'll kill Avicebron, but I should have probably popped his third skill. I'm just going after Waver more than anybody else. kind of pop everything there. Could have also drained with Waver for the additional defense down, but I valued the Morgan Brave Chain a little bit more. Probably shouldn't have, though. It's probably more damage to do Waver first. I was gonna say, well, at least she has the attack down and crit down, but it didn't matter. She still crit. Avicebron, go. Your time is now. Your people need you. Avicebron, Brave Chain, go! So I probably don't have to completely kill Angry Cat here because this is basically the game's first actual break bar fight. And it is given to us at a point at which we are at the end of a 3-turn. So we probably just have to break the first bar, not actually break both. And there you go. Don't ask me how I knew. I did not look at a guide. I just guessed. Usually the game is pretty chill about things like that. Like if it's one of your first times encountering a mechanic, the game is not usually gonna like ball bust you too hard. It will take it easy on you. Who do you think is the best quick DPS right now in NA? That's a good question. I mean, I guess it really depends on, like, are you looking at, like, AoE or single target? Are you looking at, like, critting? There's obviously people like Van Gogh that are just really freaking nuts. And then there's, like, you know, like, Doman that can just sit there and loop. And then there's, like, Khadroth drop at this point that actually, like, can scale off of additional Sakura faces, so... I think it's tough to say, like, one unit is quote-unquote the best, and it really just depends on, like, what you're fighting and what you're dealing with. Lancers. Hi, Waver. Get out. Get to the back. The JP Lohi's definitely up there. Yeah, it's like, it really just depends. Sinoriku? Unfortunately, I think Sinoriku has kind of been passed by some of the other options that have come out. It's gonna seem absurd, but we're low-key trying to get Morgan to get more charge. Basically needs 20%. I didn't think about that. I should have taken the other Mystic Code, but whatever. Or I just should have given her a different CE, since technically Ace has a 50% charge CE now. Or charge effect, since I actually ranked 10 her first skill. Ace is actually, like, my best, like, skilled unit so far. Gonna take the free charge. Is this the German Sailor Moon opening? What? What am I listening to, chat? Gotta mix it up, I guess. The first break bar in LB's Epic of Remnant had break bars, right? But Epic of Remnant is optional, and the devs did make this a like easier thing because of that. I'm actually really surprised that Morgan didn't clear the low health enemy there. It was a really bad damage result, but this is kind of what you can expect from, well, units that end up like this. So I have a full Brave Chain there. We're taking it. We have a Bicorn. I don't care. Bicorn gonna die. Though it might have been more dead had I actually completed successfully a 3-turn. Kept my buffs. Still easy. Again, 120 NP5 units can kind of just obliterate things, and it's hilarious at times, but it also does, like, for older content like this, it actually can just trivialize it. You pulled Ace on this account? I've pulled Ace, Oberon, Castoria Berserker. Sorry. Technically it was Ace, Castoria Berserker, then Oberon, then Proto Merlin, now Castoria, and I also started with Waver. And chat, again, this account has not spent a single penny. Account has not done a GSSR. So if you had done a GSSR, you could be in my situation, only even luckier. I know that seems absurd to say, but it is actually the truth. So I would say this is Angry Cat, but we have Angry Cat on our team, so it's not Angry Cat. Go with my Saber. So I did actually change up some of the supports on my main account. I did not change much. I basically just went through and put up more Saber faces. Which is something I had been meaning to do. So it's not like I skewed this in my account's favor by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I actually got rid of Kualter on my support, which is probably not a good thing for my purposes, since Kualter is at least somebody that can solo stuff. Okay, so the same problem is going to be Morgan. Let's try it. I'm basically just trying to eke as much charge as I can out of Morgan, but the first turn cards are like really bad for this. Officially pour off to the QP mines, understandable. This one unholy ritual, you two can luck sack every banner. True. I guess like the point I'm trying to make though is like even if you didn't want to like spend a whole lot, but you at least wanted to do like say the GSSRs, like GSSRs really do just make your account succeed so much faster. However, they could also distract you a little bit too. If you go like, oh well, you know, I now have this new toy to spend resources on, and you don't maybe like prioritize well. And I decided I thought Karen would be a good candidate, but I guess she needs Grails to really pop off. Karen shouldn't be bad for damage. Like, one of the keys to making Karen deal good damage is to have an ailment somewhere in the party. which you can achieve just by putting like a Avenger in your backline. That can even be like Angry Mango if you're looking for like party cost concerns. So it's not usually a huge deal. Nope. Going with that. That's stronger. This is making me feel old. I don't care for that. Jay, you're old. Honestly, I kind of preferred the old style of like anime openings and endings. There was a lot more like rock in them than nowadays. Some of them are still good, don't get me wrong. Like anime openings are not trash by any stretch of the imagination, but I definitely liked it when they were in their older style a little bit. Doesn't BG proc Karen's debuff attack? Yep. Yep, Black Grail can as well. Who knew Mango in the back pocket would be key to Karen's power, right? And I low-key think that... Oh, yes! Yes! More! More to the... I think I need that, and I need pages really bad right now. Pages are gating me from being able to spin the seeds on the character that I want to, and seeds are gating me from leveling everyone else. They're already at section 5. Again, the Lostbelt's in a weird way because there's so much 0 AP will actually go faster. There's not as many, like, just kind of fodder fights that you would encounter in some of the prior ones. So they've functionally replaced that with just story. If you are reading through the story, it will still take you just as long, if not longer, because Lostbelt stories do begin to bloat a little bit in length. They're still really good. I highly recommend reading them. But yeah, there's definitely the idea that, oh, hey, you know, if I'm skipping through the story, now it goes even faster. So for this one, we will actually rotate waiver back in. How are we coming on this? So we have a couple million. Actually, let's go ahead. Let's switch over to mages. Mages gives me the 20% charge just in case I need it. What server did I pick from the 4-star ticket? I got Percival for this account because Percival has a really, really nice kit and I needed another AoE, especially somebody that could potentially loop. Percival is a very low investment requirement because you really only need to level his first skill in order to get him looping. So in that regard, he just kind of was a really synergistic pick. Killed it, damn it. I didn't expect her to actually just outright kill with a, like, relatively unbuffed card. But yeah, I basically had several options for the ticket. I certainly could have picked others, but I went with the one that I figured was probably gonna be the best option. Mordred was another option. Like Surfmo, sorry. Salter was an option, and Salter, I think Salter was actually the one I was considering the most. The problem is I just simply don't have any buster support other than Oberon. So it's like I could do like Oberon, Waver, Salter, but that's not going to result in a whole lot of capability, because where Salter's real power is going to come from is Queen Skya setups, and she's really good in those circumstances. But I just kind of realized like, oh, that's not going to actually like get me what I need. You're gonna kill that demonic beat. Yep. I can't even get her to not kill a like 100k enemy just by brave chaining. Lartoria's quick cards have always been really strong though. I picked the mice. This is per your recommendation. Yeah, they're really good. Too bad there wasn't a second season. Yes. But no, it's what I wanted was AoE, and the reason I wanted AoE was because I just knew this account needed it. With Castoria Berserker, this account's relatively set for single target for a bit. There will definitely be some problems with that. I'm gonna have to at least prepare some backups for when Castoria Berserker is not a good solution or can't get me the whole way. But for all intents and purposes, we're doing pretty solid, at least with like the welfares that we currently have. And we already have a ton of blue apples, all things considered. This account's not very old, but part of that issue is, like I said, I basically can't play it in the morning, so I have to create blue apples, and then I get to play it at my lunch break. Des Oceans de Alegres. It do be calling our name, chat. I picked Umu from the ticket, and she's been a great addition. Kind of glad I waited on Nursery around. Umu's only real issue is like her actual refund. I feel like otherwise she's pretty damn solid. So 1 out of 2. Yeah, you're not getting buffed by that, Morgan. I have at least 70% right there. Hopefully she can refund enough here. Actually, yeah, I have 90% basically. We'll abuse that. Lothario is my first 5-star back in 2018. She carried my ass. There's been a lot of like slander about her over the years, apparently, and I'm just like not here for it. I've always thought she was a fairly good unit. Even at points like before the recent rounds of like JP buffs, I think there were a lot of people that felt like she was not up to par, and like damage wise, she certainly needed some love. But her kit's never been bad, and again, the fact that she kind of just can keep doing what she does is what makes her strong. And damage arguably is the easiest thing in the game to fix, thankfully. If you're gonna have a problem, you technically want to have a damage problem. As opposed to, like, if you have other mechanical issues, good luck getting those fixed. At least damage you can take into your own hands. You can grail the unit, you can gold foe the unit, you can functionally put them with the best, like, supports imaginable. And that's like all the easy ways to adjust it. As opposed to like, if there's something mechanically wrong, it's got to get fixed via a dev buff, and there's nothing you can do about that. Like, there's certain things that you might be able to like remedy, like, oh, this unit scales off curse damage but doesn't have curse in their kit. Well, give them a curse command code or something, or take them alongside somebody that has curse. Like, there are things you can do in that regard, but if there is just some like jank in their kit that like there is no easy remedy for, you're gonna have to wait on the devs to actually get off their ass, and that has been the game's problem. You like Psyche, our upcoming good of welfare? I don't think she's a bad unit by any stretch of the imagination, but I also don't think she's what most people would consider to be a decent option, due to her not necessarily being the most like meta in terms of like what her kit does. It's a really weird version of this. I get it's Alvin and the Chipmunks, but I'm also like, it definitely sounds odd. I got the worst 5-star for my first 5-star, OG Orion. OG Orion's still pretty serviceable if you just need like some damage, but the problem is always, and I talk about this with everybody, it's like it's getting to another NP. So this is a question mark fight. I do not know what's in this fight. It very well could be a boss. Actually, we need another 2-star for the back line. You know what? Why not Hans? Hans is actually a low-star support. He's very good at what he does. His only issue is because he's low-star, he can die really easily. So you have to, like, carefully mind his health. Otherwise, he's actually quite good at, like, supporting the party. Well, I know what this thing is. We get to take on the Hydra. Don't ask me why I remember this, but I do. Okay, this thing's got a lot of health and a really low charge, which is unfortunate, at least for me. Actually gonna charge Castoria. Gonna rotate in. She's gonna be in a little bit of trouble there. In that regard, Waver might have been a better option. Gonna go ahead and fire the NP. You'll notice this time I put Proto Merlin's NP second instead of first. The reason why I did that is because Morgan Le Fay actually gives overcharge as her NP goes off. So one of the things that I was doing in the prior run in the CQ where I was using her first was because I actually got an early Morgan NP off on its own without needing the like survival capability. But this thing's going to be like AoE hitting me, so I'm going to want as much mitigation as possible here. So we didn't have that this time, so because I didn't get the early NP off, there wasn't already a stack of overcharge on. which meant that I was better served putting Lady Avalon second for more stars. Yeah, this is kind of unfortunate, but we're just kind of stuck with the cards that were dealt. We got 4 of a kind for Lady Avalon. So we kind of just should go with the Brave Chain, get her to her NP. And it'll help in case we need it. Skill Seal is unfortunate. Probably won't matter, though. We've pretty much popped everyone's skills that needed to go off. And everybody's still okay. So I gotta go ahead and do Morgan's first. Since she was automatically gonna get to 100%, we're gonna let Castoria get the remainder. There you go. She removed Skill Seal from herself at least. And then she resisted, which is great. Not really gonna matter. We're just gonna go ahead and send it. I don't remember what Diavoltron's NP is. It probably is like a breath attack. Or it could just be a multi-headed slam. Oh, gee, Orion needs an animation update? Desperately, yes. Poison breath? Yeah, then we'll end up with some sort of debuff at least. Been a hot second since I heard this. Okay, we're actually MP sealed, which is a little bit annoying. Let's see for how long. Oh, just 1 turn. That's nothing. Don't gotta worry about that. We do have some curse stacks ticking on us, but that be what that be. We kind of need to take the Morgan cards here, because Morgan's not gonna easily naturally get to her NP, especially with the low skill cooldown. Or sorry, the high skill cooldown that she has. So the other problem here is Skill Seal has a tendency to basically prevent your skills from actually like cooling down. And so the more you get Skill Sealed, the more of a problem it can become over the course of a fight. One of the things I really don't like about Skill Seal never will work that way for the player because you can't spam it enough. But for enemies, it can be absolutely annoying as all shit. So you can see he's just spamming Skill Seal. He's not really letting my skills come back. It's not really gonna matter because I can still MP. Oof, Curse, not Poison. I mean, Curse is fine. But you can also see, again, just taking a really survivable comp works in the vast majority of situations. Thankfully, he didn't really feel like he had AoE attacks there, so that was not too terrible. Just a second, chat. Okay, so we just got Lancers again. Good sign. Just take somebody that you think is actually going to be good at dealing with them. Again, he has been quite solid for me. Throw Ace back in. And we will switch over to Mage's Association. Is Archer the next Grand? No, yeah, it's Assassin. I basically gotta start like bonding my my MHX a lot more. I need to get her to bond 10 before then. I think she's bond 8 already. But that is definitely a concern on JP. Get the charge up on her. I'm also going to pop that, get some stars on our cards if I can. Not really a huge help. Pop that. There we go. That actually helped out. We'll pre-card, and then we will let Ace candle the wave. Okay, that should be enough. She should be able to charge herself to full with her own attack skill now. Right now, my Morgan Le Fay is functionally a 30% charger, just because I haven't gotten to level her skills at all. It's actually, like, this account desperately needs a handful of things. One of them is Berserker skill gems. And it just has kind of been my bad luck to end up in this scenario. Okay, Morgan is probably not killing here. These are Demon Boars. They should not be man attribute. So we'll try to take out like 2 of them if possible, but I doubt it. Probably going to be both cards go into the same enemy. It's okay, Khad. You can just go hard during the lotto. I think the lotto is going to be the ultimate test of this account because I really don't want to have to grind multiple lottos at the same time. I've done it before. Chat knows that. But man, I really don't want to have to grind 2 of the same lotto. Two different lottos at the same time is at least there's like variance and you don't get like mind-numbingly bored. 2 of the same lotto at the same time? God. I would rather not. Okay, we take advantage of the Dragon Core for the additional buster ups there on the cards. Sorry, the additional buster cards, basically. She's like maybe 20 to 30 boxes and call it. It really depends. Usually 100 boxes is pretty manageable for just about any account, but I think the issue is going to be like, can this account 3-turn, like, let's say even like a 90 plus, right? If it can 3-turn a 90 plus, this account will be way too good. If it can't, it'll be what it'll be. Actually, the lotto coming up this year is quite interesting too, because there is a different 90 plus every day, and then there is 90 plus plus after I think like 7 days. The structure of this lotto is rather odd. Archers again. There it was. I don't know why I was not seeing my Lartoria. Whatever. For sanity's sake, I mean, with doing the same thing twice over. I mean, in reality, being able to like do it on my phone and on the emulator, like actually I can 2-time it on stream, so that's not difficult. But the problem is like having free time to actually grind it, right? God damn it. I keep breaking this. Oh, Billy. Okay, so unfortunately, Billy showed up with a break bar. And because this is 1 out of 1 battle, I believe I will have to do the whole thing, but we'll see. That may be not a requirement. Gonna pop everything here, basically. If you get Castoria skills leveled, you should be able to use Santa Nemo for one of the nodes. Yeah, that's what I'm assuming as well. Like, that's why Castoria is my, like, go-to, like, I need to level her. She is my priority. Is because she is the key to freeing up my support choice. If I can't, then I have to, like, take a Castoria for a lot of things. Which then means I have to rely on my own damage dealers, which is not good. Better Man ending? It is Better Man. I don't know if it's the ending or not. Surely it won't be Billy again. The game wouldn't do that to me, right, chat? The game wouldn't give me multiple Billys in a row. Hey, there's a Grail in a box of 10 in box 10 of Nemo Must. Didn't know that. Yes. But yeah, I think right now what's holding me back on Castoria is the pages. Oh boy. Twice as nice. Well, don't mind if I do. I'll do it again. What is that noise? But yeah, this is just it's a really like weird thing. So you guys can see the break bars are what they are. They don't allow you to go past the health value. So if you're ever curious as to how break bar mechanics work, this is exactly how. So now at the end of the turn, the break bar pops, and then sometimes you will get like guaranteed effects. Like, for instance, we're still going to get 3 attacks because both those 2 actions that they took were not them popping skills. They were actual break bar effects. Probably pop that, just save myself. We can't actually hit Billy at the moment. I believe that's a 1 turn. It is. So we'll just focus on Beowulf. He has more health anyways. Wait for that to pop off, then we'll pop Ace. Thanks for the free charge, Billy. You idiot. We're gonna work in Castoria, or sorry, Lartoria's Arts Guard there. Hold on, chat. Okay, sorry. Oh, look, Billy's still alive. Whatever shall we do? Now, chat, you have the option of easily ending it with, like, any number of cards. But I like to be petty sometimes. And when the game just barely, like, is managing to subsist and chose to be evil and keep the characters alive, that's when I just give them another NP. Just secure the win. Make them take that L. Priming for Twilight Ceremonial Blades for Takaru is a pain in the ass. Yep. Yeah, at least with Takaru, like, I feel like I had a ton of them because I didn't necessarily spend them on other people. And it'll probably be the same thing for my NA account, thankfully. So, like, by the time Takaru comes to NA, I should be solid. We are getting bullets at least. You're already on section 10. Lostbelt 1 is going by super fast. Actually, like, compared to having to do like Camelot or Babylonia, which took multiple streams to get through, it would not be like crazy of me to like think I could get through this in like at least like 1.5 streams. Have you watched any season of Pretty Cure? And if so, what did I think? No, I have never watched it. Is Pretty Cure the one where they're like actually like insanely strong and they just like beat the ever-loving crap out of enemies? Or am I thinking of a different one? Yes? Okay. I've heard of it. I have not like seen it. To be fair, I'm not like a big like person for watching like magical girl stuff. I get it, but I'm also not like that type of person. There will be a 90+ node that drops blades. Cool. Yeah, like I said, you're basically gonna get a 90+ node for every single day. Like it'll be a new one each day, chat. So in that regard, you'll have your pick of the litter. But you'll eventually get the 90 plus, and that'll be like the key, quote unquote. Oh wait. Yeah, let's go ahead and use Morgan here. Gonna end up having to use that. We'll try to use a Saber card here against the Lancer that will probably inevitably live. Lots of talented VAs have gone through this franchise. Oh. I'm not like... In a weird way, I'm not somebody that like gets too hype about like VAs, because I just understand that they're just like doing their job. And the only time I really notice VAs are when they are like super iconic, or so it's like they're either just so darn good at their role that you can't not notice, or they're so bad at their role you can't not notice. Thankfully with like Japanese VAs, the latter is rarely a case. But like as an example of the former, like basically Dio's VA, right? Like Dio is such an iconic like voice that like everybody recognizes him. I don't know what the VA's name is, but I do know that he also voices Ozzy in FGO and technically Hans. So like it is hilarious that like the voice is so iconic that you know it. And your favorite Crush Clown. Yep. We always forget about that one. Pretty Cure is Toei's cash cow. Interesting. Wait, I thought Toei's cash cow was One Piece. Or do they just like not make as much like in merch sales and stuff off of that? Like I've heard that anime is just like the big thing that ultimately always drives it is merch. And so it's like, even if an anime is popular, if its merch isn't selling well, like you can get an anime get canceled. This is rather odd. I think we're gonna work in an Ibuki here. It's a triple set. They have 2 Berserkers and a caster. Kawasumi had roles but was regulated to side characters. Yeah. Every year a new season. Interesting. Merch and Blu-ray. Yep. Hmm. Ten enemies remaining. What the heck? Okay, so let's just card this. That is the safer play. Ah, 68. Damn it. I really thought that card in the 3rd slot was going to do it. Technically, that's Berserker on Berserker Violence, so it is what it is. Let's lead with that. Let's do that and then that. You'll notice I'm not really activating anyone's skills. It's because you're going to end up like spending so many turns just to try to get through this. And the health values are also gradually going up. Do it like that and hope that we have enough off Ask's arts card. Of course. Oh, now there's 3 enemies remaining, so we'll get a backfill of the last remaining 2. That Morgan quick card's not gonna do it. I know it's not gonna do it. Okay, I'm surprised. Now we're final battle, and there's 20 remaining. All right. When this happens, it's better to at least, like, commit. Gonna send a skin first, let her stuff do its job, let it work. I went for an old anime song for you. Understandable. They are damsels that cause distress. I see. Yeah, she doesn't have enough on that, but she is getting the charge per turn, so next turn she'll be able to. We'll go ahead and pop the NP gain because it's beneficial to the rest of the party. And then we're going to go ahead and use this. Actually, we will abuse the triple arch chain here. It'd be nice if they instantly backfilled. There are some nodes in events and like later on where instant backfills happen. So it's like you'll have a whole bunch of enemies like this. You'll kill the wave, but they immediately come out before the rest of your cards take effect. And what that allows you to do is it allows you to like potentially kill even more of them, but also like kind of just sit there and abuse it for like more NP gain and stuff. Shooting star, oh my. I'm back, baby. Oh no, yeah, I'm sorry, Bob. I have to take that back. You said I'm back. My brain like autocorrects for people whenever they type it in that exact format by putting the like asterisk behind it, because that's how I do all of my like scuffs whenever I'm typing. Let's get that 95%. Okay, we take that, we abuse it. Still got 11 enemies to go through here. Yeah, this node definitely slowed me down. This node just takes a hot second. And we're technically doing it pretty darn efficiently, too. It's just, this is a node that's designed to waste your time. And we will have one more NP, and then we are kind of SOL. I am going to abuse those Ibuki cards. Gonna use it for like some free charge there. Because I'm gonna need to get back to Ibuki's NP probably. And this is gonna be kind of a foot race for the last couple enemies of like Morgan or Ibuki who can get to the NP faster. As we're gonna have the attack buffs wearing off here. She actually killed. Hot damn. Oh my god. Both Ibuki cards crit. That's kind of nutty. And it's Voltron! Of course it is. So I think when something like this occurs, you know Voltron can spam that skill seal. So we're actually going to keep the crit chat alive as long as possible. Like we're definitely going to get to a point where we need to NP, and all of our NPs are AoE, but it's to our benefit to keep it alive because it will steal action economy from the Voltrons. This is a little bit of a tip. If you end up in a situation like this with an annoying like boss enemy and you have like fodder enemies, sometimes it can be better to keep them alive because it'll reduce the number of actions that the main enemy can take. Because there can only be a maximum of 3 actions per turn, with some very few exceptions. Now, here we pretty much have the makings of everything that we need to pop off, so we're just going to go ahead and fire off both Noble Phantasms. We're going to use this as a means to try to kill Voltron. And so now it's okay that we kill the fodder enemy. Now, he's still got a skill seal off, so it doesn't always pay off in those sets of circumstances. But it's a good little trick to keep in the back of your mind for like pesky challenge fights, or again, like boss fights in the story. If Kawasumi landed a main pre-cure role, would you watch it? This is interesting because I've had people be like, Khad, would you play this other gacha game because Kawasumi voices someone in it? And generally the answer to that is no. Just because like my favorite VA is in something doesn't necessarily mean I'm gonna watch it. Because at the end of the day, what's gonna make me watch something is whether or not I actually enjoy the concept. I'm not gonna say that I couldn't watch like Pretty Cure or something like that. I probably could. But I don't know. It's like, it all just comes down to like, do I have the time to actually sit down and watch it with whatever like stable of shows I also want to watch already. I don't like that assassin. I'm getting paranoid that it's Voltron every time. Thankfully, ironically enough, that was not the worst thing in the world, so we're just kind of keep throwing it back, doing it again. Ibuki 5% battery. Yeah, that one was unfortunate. I just kind of had to do it. I probably could have popped Ibuki first there and then held off on activating the third skill again for another turn, but it was what it was. There's a point where I go like, hey, I don't like that I'm sitting on a skill for too long. And that's probably another good point to make is like, if you ever feel like you are like just kind of sitting on your skills and not utilizing them, keep in mind that like your cooldown, especially if you have the skill leveled, like there is a point at which you could say like, okay, I could have actually gotten something out of this if I had managed to pop it early. So it's key to like watch some of that stuff and see like, okay, like how long is this battle gonna last? How many like what's the cooldown on my skills? Can I pop it early and get it back for the end? That sort of stuff. Trying to like prepare a little bit ahead of time works very much in this game. Again, the game's motto is knowledge is power. So the more you know, the better off you're gonna be. Okay, the Yaga should all be man attribute, thankfully. So that should really help Morgan's damage output, because she gonna need it. But just to be on the safe side, I'm gonna pre and postcard with Ibuki. Now the middle one will definitely die. But yeah, like I know Kawasumi voices Siege and Arknights. I know she voices, is it Shenhe in Genshin? And she also, I think is it St. George in Azure Lane? Or a different one? I don't, Azure Lane's the one I'm not like entirely sure of. What is the moon? A satellite that rotates around the Earth. Any other questions? Okay. Got a 1 out of 3 here. And we got the Oprichniki. We're pretty much good to like loop Ibuki even more. If Kawasumi, oh sorry, yeah, no, I already read that. We don't talk about the moon. Understandable. The moon makes people loony, chat. Always has. Always will. Dude, this is all like blast from the past music. It's great. I also like how these nodes are like 1 AP. Which, we have guest servants. This may be a boss fight. Moon's haunted? True. Actually true. How's my Hans coming? Still not too good. Hans does at least have the 2 upgrades, so he'll be somebody that we will eventually level. Especially as a backup. Looney Moons, right? Yes. Some say the Earth's hollow and full of aliens, to each their own. Everybody knows that the Earth is actually a hot dog. Take that, flat earthers. 100 remaining enemies. Oh boy. Oh boy. Now, whenever you see 100 remaining enemies, allow me to emphasize the fact that this has happened numerous times in the game. That's your sign that you do not actually have to kill them all. It's the game's way of saying that we're just going to keep throwing enemies at you regardless. However, you are going to end up fighting a boss at some point. Or it'll just be a, like, battle of attrition where you just need to survive. Gonna pre-card with her. Just as a means of getting additional... Actually, I should have done it quick then arts. Due to the fact that it was a mighty chain. The game is Grand Blue Fantasy? Interesting. Ever since Majora's Mask, or even before that. There you go, here's your boss enemy. Skill's not leveled up all the way, so we will give her that. And then we are going to send our Noble Phantasm. Always make sure that you're targeting the right enemy. I've had numerous instances where I was not. Or, like, I accidentally, like, selected a different enemy without even realizing it. Good crits. Really good crits, actually. Well, congrats, you played yourself. So the good news is because they're backfilling, this is 3 enemies for me to hit, which means my refund will actually continue to be quite good. I don't know if I have to kill the enemy or just break his bar, but we'll see. It's probably just break his bar. Most of the fights in LB1 are not going to be hard. There's one fight that is conceivably difficult, depending on how you want to look at it. It can be good to have a good assassin for this this particular Lostbelt. This is from the first Pretty Cure, almost 19 years old. I'm actually surprised Pretty Cure's not older than that for some reason. Just assassins. Just oprichniki. Who even needs Diavoltron? It's just the oprichniki. "21 years old? Interesting. That's why I know this song then? Chat, stop, you're dating yourselves. Okay, it's just a 1 out of 2 with 3 enemies. That shouldn't be too difficult. I hope. No real use pre-carding here. I can get a very small increment of charge with Morgan, but that's not worth. It's going to be 1%. Huh? Chat is aware I'm the ancient one. Oh, I know, but the rest of chat is dating themselves now. Alright, it's just a simple one. Sweet. We're gonna double bag this. Basically send off both Noble Phantasms just to be sure. Again, they should be man attributes, so Morgan should be effective here, as that is her specialty. I was watching the first Precure when it was airing in Germany. I see. A Precure song marathon, nice. Apparently. Hey, we're getting at least some decent ice. Ice is not a material you're going to need a whole lot of early on in your account. Where ice is used predominantly is actually for appends. So it's definitely a good thing to gather a lot of them, because you'll notice that a lot of units, if you go to actually level up their appends, do take ice. Kind of nasty in that regard. It's not a material that's easy to get a whole lot of. You're already on section 13. This is pretty much double how far we've gotten in most other sessions for other, like, story chapters. Berserker, huh? Deal. Ice is like the shells of append skills. Tons of summer units take it for appends. Yep. Yeah, shells are pretty much every summer unit takes shells, which is hilarious because obviously every year we keep getting more summer units. That's just a 1 out of 2 here, so we'll let Ace take out the first wave. I will pop everybody's attack ups. Why they gave us a shell lotto. You have a shell lotto and you have a shell bleached earth node. Shells are functionally dead now. I mean, just the bleached earth node alone would be good enough to kill it, but it is what it is. There's something wrong with your caster ACAD. Why is it firing Roadless Camelot instead of around Caliber? Well, that's because I have both. I could certainly do a double MP here, but I know the strength of my own wife, and I can tell you she does not need this. We're just gonna triple buster this. And wave goodbye to demon boars. And there it is. That's one of the reasons why I brought her, is I figured she'd just be an effective... Oh, seeds. That should make 20 seeds, which is a nice even amount. Let's actually go look at Castoria real quick, because I really want to know like what's holding me back now. Skill gems, man. Always skill gems. I mean, I could certainly invest those seeds. Let me double check here. So, Castoria needs seeds for basically rank 6 and 7. She needs a total of 18 per skill. So I cannot touch those seeds because I'm gonna need a total of 54. So the fact that we're at 20 is good, but I need more. And that's just for Castoria's skills. For like beyond that, I think I need 30 for Proto Merlin and 30 for Oberon. I think I've maybe done on one of them, so it's probably like 50 in total. An Avenger. So now we're going to start, because we're in Lostbelt, we're going to start encountering some of the extra classes now. That has been a thing. It's not super common, but you do need to prepare for that eventuality. If you have not looked into the way the extra classes work, I can very easily explain it to you. There are two triangles. So there is Avenger, there is Moon Cancer, and there is Ruler. Avenger kills Ruler, Ruler kills Moon Cancer, Moon Cancer kills Avenger. There is Pretender, there is Foreigner, and there is Alter Ego. This one's a little bit weird because for a long time, Pretender was not in the game. So, Pretender kills Alter Ego kills Foreigner, Foreigner kills itself, and Foreigner also kills Pretender. So the reason Foreigner kills itself is because Pretender was not around for a long time, so they had to give Foreigners a proper niche other than just being good against Berserkers, which is their kind of like most infamous claim to fame. Beyond that, you have Shielder, which stands alone and just takes neutral damage from everything. And you have Beast. And Beast is basically going to end up being a class where every character in it is unique. Basically, it does not fit into any of the normal triangles. So, for instance, you have a Beast that is effective against all the Cavalry and Knight classes, but ineffective against all the extra classes. And then you have the polar opposite with another Beast that's effective against all the extra classes, but not effective against the normal 7 base classes. So it really just depends on each unit in the individual Beast class. And we do not have very many Beasts yet. I think there's, what, 3 in the game at the moment? Okay, so this is a 1 out of 3 node. You do this, I'm gonna have to do that. Gonna have to take advantage of the double arts cards there. Man, I'm late. Did you get both of them? That's crazy cool. Yes, I got Castoria rolling yesterday pretty easily. Sorry, yesterday, Saturday was I think when we rolled, and then chat was like trying to convince me to roll Morgan, and I was like on the fence, and then I started like looking into it more, and I was like, okay, you know, how much do I actually need? Like. Basically like what are our upcoming AoE options, who's gonna be my like go-to good like arts looper, and I looked and like the future did not really hold good ones for at least the next like at least not until really after the turn of the year. And so I said to myself, I was like, okay, then Morgan's actually really not a bad AoE to pick up, and she does work as part of the invincible / immortal comp. So I kind of just went ahead and went with it and said, let's go for it, because it will be a really good addition to the account. And we actually got Morgan pretty damn easily as well. So it really worked out in my favor. So far, this account is insanely luck sack. It has not had a hard time with any unit it's tried to roll, which is not as insane, I think, as chat thinks it is, but it's also at least somewhat rare. And for that, like, I fully expect that I'm gonna get screwed whenever I do roll the next time. But I think this is just always my mentality that I have with this game, is that I always expect to get screwed, so I always prepare for it if at ever possible. And like right now, we can basically just build up Quartz until the next time we decide to roll, which Scotty's on the horizon, Koyanskaya is on the horizon, so if we manage to like snag any of them, that'll be just icing on the cake. Say goodbye to Amadeus. So again, a good like looper will get you through this. Amadeus is a little bit nasty. Avengers usually hit really hard, as opposed to rulers are usually a little bit more defensive. So they're kind of polar opposites in that sense, but if you're going up against an Avenger, expect them to be very, very offensive. Just like you see here, he basically had both crit chance up and crit damage up, as well as his arts up. So he was gonna, if he got like a turn to really unleash on us, kind of go ham. Koyan Chihuahua of Light and then Seal. Yeah, this is an actual free-to-play account, so I mean, if this account gets sealed, dude. God, that's gonna be dumb. Pretty darn close, and we'll let Morgan seal the deal here. This may have been like easier than I completed it on some of my other accounts, just because I got like really good card selection in this one, so I got pretty much all the loop ability that I needed just off of cards. I missed it. Does this account have Summer Scotty? No, I did forsake rolling Summer Scotty. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew I was gonna have a master level up. That's one of the reasons why I didn't want to pop the apple earlier. I was like, man. Gotta play for another hour? No, I mean, that is quite literally to me like what blue apples are for. Pages. Yes. 3 of them. Sorry, chat. I get excited for materials on a new account. Because materials, you'll find materials are the thing that are holding you back. It's just by nature. Lostbelt sure do like its assassins, though. Thankfully, I don't see an Avenger, so we're not going to be facing Amadeus. Can always play the 90++. Absolutely. So, I could. The only problem is I will sit there refreshing for like forever just to get the right person to show up. It's a while till we get a page earth node. Oh yeah. I mean, again, like I'm not worried about the bleached earth nodes because I'm not going to get access to the bleached earth very quickly here. I have to go through all of Lostbelt, and in particular, Lostbelt 7 will stop this account. This account is not currently capable of getting through LB7. It needs to level more shit up. Like, I think this account has 15 leveled units, all of which are horribly skilled. You need somewhere, probably just to be safe, somewhere around like 30 units to get through LB7. And by the time we get there, we probably will, but at least as it currently stands, this account could not get through. What's the right person? Sorry, what do you mean? I'm not sure what you're asking. For the support list? Oh, Castories with MLB event Cs. It's... I know that sounds like not specific at all, but like, listen, people do not want to be showing up, apparently. I rolled for Kentucky, so I have them now. Nice. Have you like Kentucky Berserker, right? So you just got MP1, or did you roll for like more? I mean, even at MP1, he's darn strong now, but he is definitely somebody where it's like, if you get MP2, there's not going to be a whole lot that stops him. I rolled for MP2, I had one. Okay, I gotcha. Do we roll Kentucky Berserker if we already have Summer Castoria? That choice is up to you. Really just depends. I do think Castoria Berserker pretty much outclasses him in most ways, but I mean, hey, depending on how you are, that could definitely be a good thing. Maybe you don't have a Castoria Berserker. Or maybe you just want another option. Be an alter ego looping fight, but we are not going to find an alter ego that can loop easily. So we're just going to go with her. I brute forced LB7 on JP with level 1 servants and 2 K-scopes. See, that's interesting. I don't have 2 K-scopes. I have 0. That is, unfortunately, I think the one way that I haven't been, like, super lucky. This account's been super lucky on certain things like, you know, the rolls going my way. But I have gotten a couple of nice CEs that have really helped this account out. But I have not gotten like a K-scope or a Black Grail. That sort of thing will probably continue to evade this account for a while, which is a good thing, because that's one where it's like, if I get one of those, it's going to be really hard for anybody to copy that. Shady Vlad, thank you for the follow. More servants, more options, better chances, and all those future tower events we don't get. Yeah. Oh no, it's Anna. So Anna will be somebody that we will encounter again later, but as you can see, she's got her little charged doohickey on. We kind of need to go. We're gonna be in trouble otherwise. Gonna go with the Morgan Arts card. Can you explain something about FGO story? Do we meet Anna for the first time during LB Prologue or Summer 3? No, I can't, because Summer exists outside the normal confines of the timeline. I know there's theories as to like when they exactly occur, but I think ever since like Summer 2, they are no longer like canonically occurring in terms of time. They do canonically occur, but when is a big question. Get attack down. How many turns? 3 turns. Yuck. Okay, so better to just send. Wow. Wow. Okay, never mind. We're just gonna send that. I just hope that's not a hefty attack down. It should just be the attack down from one of her skills. Should only be like 20%, I think. Yeah, those crits are going to do more than her NP did. So now, assuming she doesn't insta-give Morgan. I like how I said that and she literally critically missed. So if she did not have that crit chance down, she would have crit Morgan and she would have killed Morgan. Just for me saying that. Gotta love FGO. I swear it listens sometimes. Trying to make double Himiko work with Tiamat, but it's not working as I thought. Yeah. You probably have like pretty insane star overflow unless you delay some of those skills. And also, Himiko is decidedly buster focused. So I assume you're trying to like play the law of averages here and say like, okay, well, I've buffed Arts and Quick and I've buffed Buster, but I think the better solution would probably be Himiko double Tiamat. But I'm still not going to say that that would necessarily work too well. So our Morgan is now Bond 5. She doesn't have any upgrades, so it's not going to matter. But it is interesting. Went for NP2 Salter with my ticket. What did you guys pick? I went with Percival on this account, and I went with Double X for more coins on my main account, because otherwise I would have had to roll for it. And I was not willing to do that. All right, chat. Section 15. This is actually when this Lostbelt starts getting heftier. So we're going to leave it here. This is a good stopping point anyways. We pretty much progressed through like 80% of the Lostbelt already, which is great. That will make cleaning this up pretty easy. Again, if you guys enjoy, make sure you follow, make sure you subscribe on YouTube, make sure you guys get on the Discord so you know when I'm going to go live next. Okay, so like I said, I'm probably going to have to like pop some apples at some point on that, but we are going through Lostbelt 1, and yeah, we need to get through Trom basically before Christmas, which we have plenty of time, and the Lostbelts at least so far are going pretty fast. We are already in section 15 of Lostbelt 1. We flew through this the other day. So if I'm lucky, I should be able to finish this tonight. It shouldn't be too difficult, but I am at least slightly worried about a certain fight. So we'll have to see. Let's see, this is Assassin and Lancer. So this is probably a good one for laughing our way to the bank with an AoE Berserker again, since it's split. Fingen's actually switch this for my Castoria, even though she does not really have any speakable skills at the moment. We basically just need, and actually tomorrow should be Caster Training Ground, so that'd be a good one for me to grind as well. Just having the time to actually grind this stuff. Berserker class score feels like a priority for NA. Not necessarily. It really just depends what you're doing. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. Class score is non-essential. It does help. It does make your unit stronger, but you can do the entire game pretty much without it. I think the only scenario where you could really argue for it is like Olga 3. Olga 3, it feels like, and maybe 4 even. Olga 3 and Olga 4, it feels like it really came into play. The others, not really. It's all about preference, IMO. Yeah. Class score is just what the units you care about? Yep, pretty much. And honestly, I think at this point, by the end of the year, we will probably have the capability of having done all of them. Because chat, when I first did the calculations of Stardust acquisition, when like Bleached Earth and Class Score came out, where we are getting the finale is about how long it would take us to gain all of the Stardust that we need. So it makes sense. It all lined up. They had planned all of this well in advance, despite their claims otherwise. Banana Rotate, here is my Castoria making her first appearance. I actually have not used my Castoria yet. Mostly just due to she's not really leveled up very well. I mean, she's leveled up, but she's not really skilled up very well. So it hasn't been much of a thing. Man, you notice the difference in crits especially? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Critting is where a lot of the, like carding and critting is where a lot of the buffs actually are in class score. But to me, technically the most impactful is going to be the extra attack buff and the NP damage buff. But yeah, it's like the more you card, the more you're going to notice class score. Which is why I've said before, it's like if you have a carding unit, so like, again, my waifu, right? Like Buntori is really good for something like that. Van Gogh. Van Gogh is absolutely insane with some of the stuff. So it's like a lot of it is really gonna like help out units like a Super Orion or something like that that's doing a lot of work on like carding and critting. However, we did talk about like for instance crit caps with Tiamat. Class score does like go up against the cap. So it is something to pay attention to. I'd bite the bullet and use pure prisms to get Castoria skilled out in your shoes, Khad. I probably will, but it's not worth it for skill gems. It's worth it for like ascension mats. Skill gems can be farmed pretty easily, assuming you're on the right day. So, like, for instance, there you go. I got a Lancer drop right there. That's been kind of my issue so far, is I just have not gotten, like, a lot of... Well, I say that I have gotten plenty of caster skill gems. I just need a lot of caster skill gems. But logically, once I'm done with Castoria, that will alleviate a lot of the caster need for a while. So it will be a priority of mine. So it's just a Berserker. Is this Asterios? Is that going to be what this is? I have a sneaking suspicion that it is. I'm going to basically take her, but I'm going to swap my Castoria with my Castoria Berserker, leave her on the back line, and we'll switch this from plug suit to probably the arts up. This gives a little bit of survivability as well. Man Seal probably needs to be targetable for one to count for the class score. That's... I realized that I said, I was like, you know, I don't know that I've ever, like, actually... Like, I very rarely triple seal, so I'm the worst person to, like, talk to about this sort of thing. And I realized like this is kind of probably a blind spot, so I probably am wrong on it. Nez, thank you. Hello, how's it going? I mean, same for me. Yeah, it's just... I mostly don't do it because of stream. And besides that, it's like, okay, it is what it is. And it doesn't mean I don't do it. I just try not to. You think Gouda starts Wednesday, or they wait a few days to actually start the event? They could wait. I do think it'll probably just start right away, though. Because this is... Despite what everyone would tell you, it's like, oh, we've had a raid, we had an event with story, and I'm like, yeah, no, I think it's kind of a dead period, and I think they know that, and I think they'll try to rush this, but we'll see. I'm thinking Foreigner next for Cuckoo. When will it come out in NA? Not for a long time. Foreigner will be a bit. Like, you could definitely do other ones before that one. See, here you go. I thought it was Asterios and it wasn't. If a TA run for me doesn't work, I'm restarting the CQ. Yeah. After putting a good bit of Stardust on the Zerks, I'm slowly doing the other class course. Yep. I don't think there's any real problem with that. Spreading it around evenly also has its own benefits, but the Stardust is just ultimately the limiting factor. The Stardust and the torches, the unlockers, right? Like, if you don't have those, you can't do anything. So it's like, regardless of the Ascension mats or the statue and monument requirements, you're just kind of screwed. I probably should have paid attention to whatever this was. Help the lumberjacks or help with tunnel excavation? I don't remember. Let's do this. No. Foreigner's locked behind Grand Marine. Yep. I think is it next year, chat? Oh, it's a question mark. Joy. This is the penalty for not reading. All right, back in. Thanks. Yeah, no problem. I do wish we got the alternate battles based on dialogue choices instead of them not mattering 99% of the time. Yeah, I do feel like FGO is not like Stay Night in the sense that your choices don't matter, as opposed to like if you go play like one of the Fate visual novels, your choices do matter and they do lead to like dead ends and things like that. I get that they probably wouldn't want us to have a dead end, but I am surprised that realistically speaking, there's no discernible difference in most choices. You get maybe like one or two like words swapped, and that's usually it. And to me, it's like that's not even really worth having the illusion of choice, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll protect. You're gonna fight some annoying things? That's fine. If you could choose and you fail in the prologue before Fuyuki. I mean, I feel like it'd be cool to have like visual novel like dead ends, but you'd have to have the ability to like go back, right? That part really kills the VN category IMO. Oh, what do you mean? Because like I think it's fine to have dead ends. I think having choices that matter is actually like one of the highlights of the visual novel category, as opposed to like most other video games that you play, you just don't. Like, you get the illusion of choice, but it's not actually a thing. I mean, choice not mattering makes FGO not feel like the enemy. I got you. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and I kind of agree with that. Like, it's something that the devs really do try to treat it like a visual novel, but like, you know, they've made statements over the years of like, oh, you don't have to like we don't have to do suddenly wyverns anymore because we realize people don't care about this stuff. And it's like, well, yes, you're kind of right. Also, at the same time, it is still a video game. You do have to put nodes in. And that has like gotten them in trouble a couple of times, as they have like done an event where it's like, oh, the nodes are locked behind you completing like 2 hours worth of story. And it's like, yeah, no, that's terrible. Like, I don't mind having 2 hours of story, but don't lock the nodes behind it. So like, for instance, with the Wangina event, they were a lot better about that. Like, the intro to the event was very quick and you immediately got into the nodes. As opposed to like with other events, they've been terrible with it. Like, particularly the summer event right before the Wangina event, they were awful with that. And it became a major annoying point. And it's what kind of got me to skip some of the story. It's a kinetic novel with VIA and aesthetics. Yeah, I guess that's one way to play it. It's like the same with Mihoyo. It's a VN, but it's one path that you can't dead end. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like... To me, visual novels are about telling a story. They are just a visual novel, right? So not every single one has to be choose your own adventure. But like I said before, I think it is a highlight of the... I'm just going to go ahead and pop the extra attack up here. I think it's a highlight of the genre that something like that is possible. I returned to my JP account, and that Samurai Buki plus Cream banner was a blessing. Nice. In a weird way, FGO is very simple in that, like, if you get a couple of key units, the game kind of becomes your oyster. It doesn't mean you can do everything, but it does mean you can do the vast majority of things. And that's how I've built this account so far, and it has worked really well. Like, and that's always been my mentality for helping you guys and trying to like when I did account review streams and stuff in the past, and when I like try to talk to you guys about like what to do for your accounts. The big thing for me was always like, you need to get your account online. You need to get certain things in order, because I think a lot of people approach FGO and they just immediately start to try and like greed roll all the time. And I'm like, you can do that, but that's also why like so many people get burnt out and quit, is because they make playing the game tedious for themselves and they don't enjoy it as much. Whereas like for me, it's like already even on this account, we're capable of like 3-turning a lot of stuff and it becomes not as big of an issue. Remember the later LBs having entire chapters for that battles? Oh yeah. Do Oberon red and white options end up with different lines? Yes, but you end up in the same place, basically. I do believe, and chat, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there is a thing at the end of Lostbelt where if you... I think it's the end of Lostbelt 6, where if you did like all of one of the types of lines, it gives a different result. But I think it's the only instance that I know of where that's a thing. And that was actually kind of cool that they did. Min-maxing starter rolls is not worth. What do you mean? Like, you mean like the original 4-star roll? Sure. Right? Like, I do think there's a point where like re-rolling infinitely is kind of just dumb, but I don't think it's like a bad thing per se. It's just like it takes a long time to do it usually. Try to get 2 + 4 stars in your first pull. Oh yeah, no, that I agree. Like, it just is a thing. Like it could really help your account, but it's better that you're actually just like actively playing the game, because you can see it takes a long time to get through FGO. Begin when there's a Castoria banner and get her. Yeah, I mean, to a degree, right? I think like this account did not start out in any sort of beneficial time. There was no campaign, there was no nothing, and we already have Castoria, we already have Proto Merlin, we already have Oberon, we already have an AoE Berserker, we already have Ask, we already have Castoria Berserker for boss killing. Like, account is very stacked already, at least in terms of like short-term requirements. Long-term, there's definitely more stuff I gotta get. Short-term, account's set. Just rolled in on the starter banner along with Liz. Nice. But yeah, I do think maybe not like min-maxing the initial roll, but min-maxing your early game roll strategy, absolutely you should do. And I feel like that really helps out people's accounts. Because like I've seen people go years without even picking up the meta supports, and I don't really know of anybody that still plays the game that played that way. Almost all of those people got burnt out and quit because the game became unfun to them. And it became unfun because the game became super tedious. Like, it didn't become super tedious. It always was super tedious. They never got to the point where the game was not tedious for them. And that, I think, is the issue that a lot of people face. If you can get out of that point, if you can get to a point where the game is not just like a chore, this is a really fun and easy to play game. But I think some people do just unfortunately make it harder on themselves. If he finally got Gouda Gouda 10 or 9? 9 because we skipped one. Deliberately avoided Start Dash 2 if I remember correctly. I did, yes. So like, people have said like this account's really lucky, Khad. Like this is not indicative of a new player account. And I'm like, you're not right. Like new player accounts can and do this and can get even luckier. Doubly so if you just spend even just the minimal amount of money to do GSSRs only. You would already have even more units than I do. You would already be very stacked. And it's kind of funny in that regard. You can easily do the entire game with Waver plus Castoria plus anything. That I don't agree with. I wouldn't say easily, and I wouldn't say the entire game. But could you do like, say, story? You could do probably the vast majority of story that way. And it would be very difficult for the game to stop you. Start dash is OP? Oh yeah, the start dash is really good. And like, to me, it is what it is. Like, I feel like, because I correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I believe Start Dash does have a grace period where if you started within an amount of time, you still get it. But like, if you get it, yeah, you're basically getting double the quartz that a normal player would. And so much so that it's actually caused controversy on one of the servers. I believe it was the Korean server that tried to give out the Start Dash rewards as if they were a normal campaign bonus for everyone. They got caught and they got in trouble because of it. Sorry, chat, hold on. Can't wait for Start Dash GSSR Part 3 for Thanksgiving. Trust. Yeah. Sure. New player account was lucky as hell, especially with my alien Mew-pulls. And that's what I'm saying. At least every time I have started a new account, I've gotten pretty lucky. And this is not my first, like, new account either, chat. I definitely did it back in JP, and then for the new player guide that we wrote a while back, I started like 6 different accounts and like started rolling on them, and I progressed all of them to the point where you got at least the initial roll. I think like 4 of the like 6 new accounts immediately like luck sacked something. It is not crazy to see that. It does happen, despite what people claim. I think I'm close to maxing out my first class score on each account, but I'm running into mat locks for that. Yeah, that'll be an issue. I'm 1% shy of rounding up. JP got the Grand Quest reset. People got 100 plus Saint Quartz and abuse it. Huh? I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure any time that there's ever been an abusable exploit for Saint Quartz, it got rolled back. And that's how some people had negative Quartz, which was hilarious. And yeah, some people did quit over that because they're like, I can't believe they did that. It's like, okay, bud. Outfield was awesome live. I'd love to watch them. I just wanna use your love tonight. Negative Quartz? Yeah, we had people with negative Quartz. Basically, there were people that exploited. They got caught exploiting, and then they basically had it like rewound, so they got all of it taken back away. But because they had spent some of the Quartz, they ended up at a net negative. So they basically spent some of it in between doing the exploit and them rewinding it. So the devs had no choice other than to put them in the negative. Negative Quartz zone is funny. Yep. People got a few hundred Saint Quartz for free, then got negatives 300. Yeah, that's why. It's because they spent it. Like, anybody that like rage quit over that, it's their own damn fault. They abused an exploit. They straight up rolled it. They got it rewound, and they wanted to cry about it. The funniest thing is one of the game's artists had negative Quartz. There were some people that accidentally got it, which was funny. Let's do this. And then that. Because technically that has a multi-turn duration, if I remember correctly. Lohi getting like 3 banners within 2 months was funny. I mean, we're at the point where like people get really worried about banner availability, and I'm like, guys, it's usually not a big deal. Like, I'm actually surprised when I went to look up like AoE berserkers that were like arts that there wasn't a good banner for like the next 6 months, because that is such a like rare thing. I should have done the NP, damn it. So now because of that, I'm gonna end up having a turn where all of my buffs fall off. Yeah, Morgan's had a ton at this point. Lose control. Morgan is everywhere, even in an A today. Yep. They'll be drowning people with banners every time they put the grand duels up again for no pod cost. Yeah, I think that strategy will end this year. Like they'll continue it through the end of the year, but it will become something that they retire, because they do kind of have to bring FOMO back to keep generating money off the banners. That being said, they're almost in a reverse type of FOMO scenario where like they're giving you every banner and now you just don't have enough Quartz to roll everyone. So it's like, it's the reverse problem of like, you have Quartz, but the banner doesn't show up for forever, so you have to roll because you're worried about losing it. Now it's, the banner is going to keep happening, but also every other banner is going to keep happening. So what do you do? So it's like, it's a different problem, but it's still a problem. But I suspect they'll invert it back. It's just, we'll never go back to the like, oh, units going like 4 years without a banner. That won't be a thing. Thank God. Because I think the devs have realized that they were just like, they were functionally missing out on money when they did that. Because like, if you go 4 years without a banner, a player can start the game, play for like 3 years, and quit the game for ever seeing a banner for that unit, which means if they did want that unit and they would have spent money, that is money that the game just lost by not running the banner. So there was an opportunity cost. They basically went too long and cost themselves money because of that. Muppet Treasure Island, Cabin Fever, hell yes. Love Muppet Treasure Island. Actually one of the best movies of all time. So stupid, I love it. I love this movie, it's great.
Conversations ahead put Muppet on the brain tonight. Yeah. Next year's New Year's will be brutal for the alt account, right? What do you mean? Oh my god, it lived just barely. Little nuts. Because there's Coin Sky and Tiamat banners back to back. Coin Sky is the absolute like target there. Honestly, I may go after like Scotty beforehand, so Tiamat may not be on the radar. Merlin and Coin Sky? Merlin is less of a priority now that I have Proto Merlin. I could still get him. It would still be nice, but he's not as important. Now that we're all here, we're not all there. Dude, whoever wrote the lyrics for this was an actual genius. They're so simple that a kid could understand it, but it's actually like catchy and good. That's like Merlin needs another buff? No. No. I will say at this point, if you had to ask me would I prefer Merlin or would I prefer like Coin Sky of Light, I would take Merlin 10 out of 10 times. Sorry, not Light, Dark. If I had to choose between Merlin and Coin of Dark, I would choose Merlin 10 out of 10 times. And that doesn't like I'm sure chat's like, oh, that's no brainer, right, Khad? But it's like, yeah, but the issue at play there is that like you do have an offensive NP with Coin of Dark, and you do at least have like some niches at play. It's just Merlin's kit is that damn strong. That's the issue. Your figurines could use as a roll catalyst. That's right, I forgot Tim Curry was in this. God, I love Tim Curry. Well, I don't know why it played the entire, like, scene as well, not just the music. He really is a human Muppet in that film. Tim Curry's just great. His reactions are always over the top, and it's one of the reasons I love him. I feel like he is just campy enough where it's still believable, but it's also like so sensational that you just end up really enjoying every character that he plays. Okay, I got Morgan in P5 on an A and Mellison in P5 on JP. Equality and balance as it should be. No, now you need to do NP5 of both on each opposite server. There you go. The Arts Mystic Code is rank 9 now. So it's on its last rank. Mystic Codes cap out at 10. You're going to get a lot of them there eventually. It's just kind of par for the course. You will see me spreading it around a bunch, though, because some Mystic Codes are better than others. But you kind of got to, like, temper it at times. Otherwise, you'll end up just, like, constantly using the best Mystic Code. And that's fine, but you'll never end up leveling the other ones that are situationally useful. His work in Command and Conquer is 10 out of 10. Yeah. Command and Conquer's great. Like, just for the story and cutscenes alone, I am really, like, sad that they shut down Westwood and that we really have not gotten anything Command and Conquer in a long time. Like, we got the remasters, which was really nice, but, like, God, they absolutely should, like, do a new Command and Conquer. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people don't like strategy games anymore. It was like, I love strategy, both real-time and turn-based. This may be him. I am not sure. I realize I'm constantly using the event C in the back, but it is what it is. I'm being lazy and not switching my party. I'm gonna rewatch Clue now? Oh god. Space! Speaking of Muppet movies, Christmas Carol is unironically one of the best adaptations of that story on film outright. Yeah, like, I'm dead serious when I say this. I think the Muppet, like, movies and stuff were way better, arguably, than, like, Disney adaptations of things. Just in the sense that, like, the Muppet stuff usually felt like it was really fun, really down to earth, and didn't feel like it was, like, subverting the like intended message of whatever the fable or like story was supposed to be. Khad, are you getting the Invisible Woman summer skin? I actually just booted up Marvel Rivals today just to see if it was there yet, which I got told I think it literally just came out, didn't it? So sure enough, we have a big fluffy boy. Big fluffy boy is gonna hit us pretty darn hard. Unfortunately, I did not take plug suit, so I can't rotate. But I can protect. That's technically suboptimal, but whatever. Yes, it did. Nice. So is it a legendary skin or is it just a normal skin? You should be an absolute monster like me and use your rail here. No. There we go. Gonna do that. She's probably good for now. I can soak the stars to the arts cards, but I probably don't need to. Yep, there went Waver. Oh, wow. He still almost got through that. Okay, so we're gonna end up popping this, but I have the strange and sneaking suspicion that he actually removes buffs. I don't quite remember this fight. Oh no, okay, never mind. Not the full fight, I guess? Or maybe it is. Glad we got fluffy content last year and this year, yeah. Honestly, Asterios is a really, like, fun character. Gameplay-wise, they have done him kind of dirty now down the stretch, but at least, like, narratively, I feel like he's nice. This is assuredly Asterios again. So I think it would behoove me to take a Castoria proper here. His new buff is pretty good. It is. Asterios is just kind of like out of meta is his issue. Asterios holding back Herc and Okeanos was an underrated scene. Oh yeah. Is it not Asterios again? Maybe it is. I don't remember. We go with the Buster Chain here. There you go. Waver's not killing that. But at least we're down to one Opportunity. So you can see the enemy only had 2 actions because he was the only one left. That is a thing. I'll actually leave Waver out for right now. It's just cooling down his skills. Unfortunately, this probably does not kill. Oh, no. Never mind. It does. Okay. Waver punched harder than I thought he would, but that's... Waver with his attack up from himself is decent. Waver without his attack up is kind of meh. Alright, so he's going to get charged per turn, as we can see. He's also threatening to eat us. Again, he's actually going to get 2 per turn. This could make things spicy. Should be okay, though. We functionally have the invincible comp here. I just don't have the cooldowns necessarily for it. We're going to see what we can do about one-shotting. %, in P gain wouldn't be bad for him. Yeah. I just see some people complaining 20% gauge is terrible. For me, it's not even that bad. No, I think it's just one of those deals where Asterios is a weird solution to a lot of people's like problem, which is how do you deal with enemy and P damage. Asterios works. He's really, really good at that. The issue primarily is going to be the fact that like most people would prefer to just outright nullify the damage than risk like letting the damage hit them. Because obviously if you don't play Asterios right, or you maybe mess up somehow, it's not forgiving. You're dead. And that is one of the issues that like I think a lot of people would rather just avoid, right? So Asterios in a weird way almost feels like he needs more still. Like at least to help him stand out, but realistically I think he's just kind of fighting a little bit of a losing battle where it's like his how should I put it, like his longevity is going to largely just be dictated by the game's actual meta state, and that meta state has shifted away from him. In a similar way to how it's kind of shifted away from like Nightingale from back in the day. It's not that you can't use them, it's just that like they're the suboptimal solution to a lot of things. Okay, so Fluffy's gonna get his NP. It normally is not an offensive NP, but I'm not sure how that will look here. I'm actually... yeah, I'll probably save the attack up here. We're gonna have to do it like this. Thankfully, Castoria herself, OG Castoria, still has the overcharge effect, so we'll still get multiple stacks here. She'll only be in the second slot, but we should get 3 stacks. To penetrate enemies' damage, yeah. It would be nice. I don't think he has an attack, like, he doesn't have an actual offensive attack version of this MP, but I wasn't sure. So it is just his normal one. You can see that it puts a hefty defense down and attack down on you. So that is something to be concerned with. He's going to have a hell of a time getting through it, though, because he does not have AoE attacks. So he will really struggle. Wombat, thank you for the 15. Appreciate it. How you doing? I really want that 80%, but that is too good to pass up. Which is the card that basically gives additional 10% because of the command code effect that's on it. The Merlin command code gives 10% charge, irregardless of how much charge the card actually does, on top of everything else. So it's really, really nice. You can only use it once every 3 turns. We're still not vulnerable, so we're probably okay. I just thought something you could add if it'd be helpful, but maybe tell new players you can get 100 mana prisms from a main interlude. Yes, I just got one. That's true. Doing the main interludes does give you some stuff. There is story requirements to unlock it, so that is maybe the concern that people would have. But it's not a terrible one. Like, it is a good tip. And especially if you can get to that point, those main interludes are just kind of free real estate. There's a lot of good resources like Quartz, mana prisms, tension materials, everything in them. So they're really, really nice. But main interludes are basically old events or story that have kind of been put back so that you can do them again. Especially because their stories are considered to be somewhat integral to FGO proper. At least that's what the devs say. I think I could dispute that in 1 or 2 cases, but it definitely is an important thing. Okay, so I could fire off the NP. I am vulnerable this turn. I'm actually just going to stun him. And what we're going to do is we're going to abuse this turn instead to try to get Castoria Berserker up to full so that I can fire off all 3 NPs in tandem again. Unfortunately, Proto Merlin's NP was not in effect, so I did not get the remaining 5% that I needed. So it is what it is. We'll just have to do it. Perhaps the hard way. So this would give me 79. I would need 21% with an arts card. It's not going to happen. We'll do that, though. Good point, but oh lordy, I never want to see Oku again. That is my issue. Oku has a good amount of mats, though. It does. Yeah, it's like, to some of us, you'll see some reservations of people saying like, "Hey, I don't want to do it," because they've done it like multiple times. But it does not mean it's a bad thing to do. The main interludes are really, really good. Is this song from Lucky Star? No, it's from well, it's a mashup actually between Persona music and the like workout anime, the dumbbell lifting one. Dungeon crawl was a really fun gimmick the first time. By the time you get playing through half of a dozen times on each account, yeah, that's... Like I said, I don't blame anybody for being, like, tired of it. Okay, let's actually go for the kill, but I may be just too limited by virtue of the attack downs. No, should be enough. Oh! Thank you, Asterios. Very cool. Very cool. Oh no! What? No! Asterios, why 0? He's gonna actually kill me because I didn't play it safe. Yeah, he didn't kill anyone. That's surprising. All right, this time I'm gonna take it even more safe. Look! Please die! Oh my god. That defense up is just disgusting. Oh, please don't spam it. Please don't. Alright, buddy. Alright. 2 can play it this game. I don't know if the NP will even deal damage, but we can drop right back into the invincible comp. If I remember correctly, the mechanic may be something like his defense keeps scaling like more and more and more. At least you didn't have to make the D&D fully combat effective joke for 1 HP. Yep. It is what it is. New zone loading, new zone loading, new zone loading. I think the thing that actually upset me with Oku when we were going through it was that you would go into a node and you would select the node and you would hit OK, and then it would give you a like text blurb. And if you didn't tap through that, you would never go into the node. So like, I would set my phone down, I would tell it to go into a node, I'd set it down, I'd walk away, I'd come back, and it still hadn't loaded into the node. And I was like, oh, God. And it just kept happening to me. Thankfully, they've never done that ever again. Like, it's a cool line because you actually get, like, some interesting dialogue from it. But it was like, oh, my God. Like, please don't do things in that order. Oku's Bethesda game simulator? Maybe to a degree. All right, the Lightning Czar reigns. This is a writer, and this can probably only be one specific person. I don't remember if the story is I don't remember who that is. But this could be a little precarious because you're dealing with a writer against casters. So this is actually the fight that I'm worried about in this Lostbelt. It's functionally going to be the test of if my account can stand up. And this one should be at least reasonably, like, annoying in that regard. Go with Leonidas. His first skill is at least a taunt, so he may prove invaluable here. Hot take, Oku is Cookie Simulator, but done badly. I can see that. The Oku dialogue has been pretty funny, yeah. All right, so we do have the Golem skills, and that's actually a misplay on my part because we get a different Mystic code, basically. So again, your master skills are different. Mystic code experience is still rewarded to whatever one you have equipped. You can see it says tap the Golem skill icon to display available skills. Tap an active icon to use the associated skills. Now, if you want to see what the skill does, hold down on it, and that'll show you. Also, if you don't have like the click to confirm turned off, you'll just see it by default. So this will decrease his HP by 10,000 and remove buffs. This will increase my defense by 50% for 1 turn. You can see the cooldown's only 5 turns. Cooldown on the first one is only 3 turns, so you can kind of abuse that. And the third skill is also a 5-turn cooldown, but it restores HP by 5,000, increases NP gauge by 20% for all allies. So definitely nice in that regard. We'll go ahead and start out because we're going to need Waver's defense buff kind of right off the rip here. We're going to go pretty much as hard as I can. We could remove his buffs, but it's probably better to save it for when he actually gets something nasty. Hayes, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 81 months. Oh my god, do I have people in the 80s? No. How's it going, buddy? How have you been? Question for month. What decade of music feel is better? 80s or 90s? I actually prefer the 80s. The 80s has some really good music. Don't get me wrong, I do like some 90s music, but 80s to me is better. Oh boy, that did nothing. So this could get spicy in a hurry. He's got some buffs here. Let's remove them. That'll chunk him a little bit more. And we can get off another NP. And we will take the Arch Chain here. Some 90s music is peak 80s music. You're not wrong. '80s is the decade that style forgot. '90s is the decade that music forgot. Pretty much. I hate to say it, but I feel like a lot of like modern music is just not nearly as good. So I need to look at like why she's doing such terrible damage here. This may be like I just have to survive 5 turns. I don't remember. I didn't even remember this being a thing, but that may be the case. So I do still have waivers buffs. I can probably just kind of let this turn slide, but we'll see. Yeah, because you can see I'm just not dealing very much damage against him at all. Oh, and he just purged all of my buffs. Fantastic. Yeah, that's something else he can do. So he also has an invuln turn. That's kind of when you want to use the buff removal. It's the turn that he has invuln, because it can just kind of hard block you. I feel like hip hop and rap has been bumping this year, but that's just me. I'm just not a big rap person nowadays. I like early 2000s rap and 90s rap, but like a lot of the modern rap I could give a rat's ass about, I feel like. Okay, since we know we're gonna get replaced, I'm actually just going to go ahead and put the Mystic Code that is arguably the hardest to level, which is Atlas, in here. You don't have to do this. You can do whatever you want, but it's kind of the objectively smart play. So much good music is early 2000s, yeah. I lived through disco, which was not really my cup of tea. I mean, at least like some disco music I think is good. I don't know about the whole like disco like craze for like dancing and everything with like the disco ball and the like light floor and stuff like that, but like disco music itself I think is like fine for the most part. So same deal here. We pretty much know Ivan's just gonna remove everything. So the goal here is to get as much value as we possibly can out of this. I'm still gonna take her arts card because I don't think we're gonna get waiver to an NP. Waver is a caster against a rider, and this rider hits hard. So thankfully now we should actually hit him decently. It's slightly better. Oh, come on. Not the immediate buff purge, dude. Oh, that hurts. Because now, not only does he remove like all my offense buffs, he also removed all of Waver's defensive buffs. So that is just spicy. We're going to go ahead and purge him. And I'm literally just going to fire Castoria Berserker's NP here. Simply to... I probably should have done that before I used her skill, but whatever. But I'm simply doing this to help protect the party. And you have to be careful. The break bar effects here can be nasty. Some of them may be instant charge. Some of them may be buff removal. So I have not looked at a guide. I've done this fight before on 2 different accounts, but it has been a hot minute since I've done this. Yeah, that's a spicy attack down. That might be like a 30 to 50%. Okay, so we'll have to get ready to scuff because we're gonna break his bar and we don't know what the effect actually is. And we didn't break the bar. That attack down is just nasty. There you go. He hit the party. He actually killed Waver. That's actually to my benefit. But that, what he just did to my main damage carry, is not. I'm gonna risk this just to see what the break is. Okay, it's popped. Some additional charge for Castoria. HP down, but it's... Oh! Whoa, buddy. Calm down. So, I was gonna say, he gave HP down, which is... Basically, sorry, healing down, which is not a big deal because we're relying on HP up. So, it really will not, like, impact us in that regard, but him nuking the entire party will. Don't question my song choice. It is what it is. I'm questioning it, but it is what it is. Ivan is such an underrated servant. I don't really feel like he's that underrated, but I do feel like most people just don't maybe care for him due to his design, which I think his design's actually pretty darn cool, but... Let's try it again just with the defense buff and see what the difference is. Because I think part of the issue there was he charged himself and did his Noble Phantasm. And that was just an immediate oof. Yep. So that's what it is he's actually popping his Noble Phantasm that turn, which is just kind of nasty. So that kind of makes the defense pop a little bit worthless, because it means I need to use I need to use some sort of party-wide protection to get through his NP. That can come in the form of using Castoria Berserker's NP, which is kind of not a good use of it. Or I can go ahead and pop Proto Merlin, aka Lady Avalon. I can pop her third skill, but then that's also kind of spicy because he could just not MP. So, assuming we don't change any skill usages, this seed will remain the same. Therefore, he will automatically NP himself. So, what we're going to do is we are basically just going to go ahead and pop the bar using the NP, which is kind of suboptimal, but this will at least free up that skill to kind of stay available. Problem is we're kind of in a foot race to get one of the Castorias back to an NP. NPing yourself on stream. Yep. There we go. He's still gonna get another attack off. Okay, now I'm actually glad I popped the defense because that was just spicy. Unfortunately, my Castoria Berserker probably dies here. I do not have any sort of, like, pick-me-up. So we are just vulnerable on a like bad turn here. And then he does an AoE crit move. Yeah, Ivan low-key is going to be nasty for this account because him being a writer, he is going to be counter to all of my sport casters. Even Proto Merlin is a pretender, and pretender is not good against the cavalry triangle. So it be what it be. That art to the right flashbanged me, as it should. Also, I believe didn't flashbang you, didn't make you blind. It just stun locked you. Night on the Disco Mountain. Yeah, it's not bad. I don't mind it. Did he increase all of my skill cooldowns on top of that? Oh man, this may be GG. All I can do is play that and hope he changes his seed to not crit my damage carry down. That is GG. Nah. Yeah, and I have nobody but taunters in the back line. This is game over. I pretty much got really bad RNG results there. He buff stripped me on turn 1. That is irregular. Knowing my luck, it'll happen again. But this is what's going to happen as you start to get to the Lostbelt. You're going to start to encounter fights that just are harder. They're not necessarily going to go your way right away. And you will have to reattempt them. And to be fair, I don't exactly have an optimal comp for this. This is particularly a nasty one. Trying to think about this. Do I have a better option? We don't have Shiki yet, so single target assassin's not really something I'm equipped to handle. I could take like Draco or somebody, but not sure that's much better because she also really relies on her buffs, and she would get buff stripped. I do think we replaced Daeon with an actual backline unit, but admittedly another Berserker here is not great. Huh. Because when we're instance of buffalo resistance, yeah, you're not wrong. There's an MP2, 10, 10, 10. What was the one at the top here? NP2, 10, 10, 10, but we got an overcharge C. That's level 100. That's level 100. That's only level 90. What did I just put in? An Oberon? Whoops. Not what I wanted. Oberon would be a very bad play into this. This may be a point where I go and I actually level up my skills. Morgan Ivan, I think he's man, unless in Tunguska. Yeah, the big issue is his buff stripping. There's not a whole lot you can do about that. That's just oof. And unfortunately, the charge in this current composition will not be the best either. So I will probably have to... Well, no, I guess we can get it going. But... Again, with Draco, you want to go left to right, basically, on her skills, because the order of them does matter. We'll go ahead and do the NP gain, and then the Proto Merlin attack up. So he is skill sealed at least. I think we just focus on that. Basically do the Brave Chain with her. So Draco is a beast class. She is unique in the fact that she is effective against these 7 base classes. She's kind of like a berserker. She just doesn't have the downside of a berserker, is like being vulnerable. Oh, we're so close. That's so unfortunate. That may have been too late, but I was gonna say, we'll try to see if I can squeeze a little bit more there, because that's actually low-key kind of worth it. If I can pop that bar and get, like, say, the second bar immediately burned, that will make it much, much more effective. Also, did she not spin? I'm sorry. I just saw the spin redemption. She has been kind of wonky lately. That Ivan is not a servant. Draco is not super effective. Yeah, she's not super effective, but she's still effective, which is all that really matters. I can pop the attack up there from Castoria, but the charge is really what I would like to keep, so we'll just instead use one of the Mystic Code effects. That should get us the 10 grand that we need, but unfortunately, this may change the result of the Noble Phantasm's damage output, so we could get less instead. And that would make this not pop the bar still. Should get it. Well, should. Yep, there we go. Just enough. The good thing is he's also skill sealed, so he can't use his invincibility skill. So he's kind of just like trapped for that turn, which is ideal. This is not smart, but I'm just gonna keep going for the loop. Basically, I want as much effective damage out of Draco with all the buffs intact as I possibly can, because he is very likely to buff strip me here, since I've already really just pushed him hard. Yep, there goes his first 2 bars, so please just don't instant charge. Oh, you little bastard. So he used both. He basically spammed his charge effects. There's not anything you can do when something like that happens. That was a really good result. I will probably just go ahead and try to get away with using like party-wide protection here. This is going much, much better than using my own damage dealer. Because again, using an NP5 damage dealer MP5 would be a lot stronger. This is just an MP2. And it's working. And as chat has pointed out, technically because this is not a servant, Draco is effective here, but she's not super effective. If this were a servant, she'd be hitting even harder, and this would be hilarious. Yeah, I think we just do that. That is the safe play. And the hope is that we still get the same damage result. Or better. And yeah, that's actually perfect. She gets back to full again. And of course, he doesn't Noble Phantasm this time because he's a little bastard. So he probably will this time. We're going to go ahead and pop the NP gain up here. AKA bullshit. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, Draco was definitely not out when this sort of thing was invented, but at this point, I'm fairly confident I could, like, even if he, like, stack wipes me here, I can stumble through it. And didn't matter, we 3-turned him. So we went from really struggling and being unsure, like, oh man, I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board, I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to do it, to we take the right unit on support, and there you go. Fight is trivialized. That is a lot of how FGO works. If you find the right solution to things, it's going to work. Do you have to use Draco here? No, you could use a really, really strong assassin. You could also end up just trying to, like, mitigate taking units like casters that he would be effective against. So you try running multiple damage dealers, having each of them maybe, like, try to take out a bar. The big problem in this fight is this is going to be your first real instance of buff removal. Taking somebody that's buff removal resistance, like Draco, can help. Taking somebody that functionally isn't super reliant on their skills for output can also help. And in general, just trying to use the Mystic Code type of effects there to hamstring him can also be really nice. Skill Seal will also work really well in this, as we denoted. That stops his ability to remove your buffs, stops his ability to pop his invuln, stops his ability to pop his buster and crit damage up. So it's really a nice cocktail to getting through that fight. But that is not the last fight of this Lostbelt. So I maybe underestimated the amount of time here. Because the next fight will definitely take me at least a little bit. There we go. We unlocked Mash's new Orthinax. Sorry, Orthinax, I guess is how it is on an A. Outfit. There's Tree and Anastasia, yep. It's a very controversial change. A lot of people don't like the Orthinax outfit. I have learned to use it. It's not as bad as people claim it is, and it's actually something that you can be really effective. It basically changes Mash's skill output to having 2 taunts and no party-wide protection off of her skills. She still has it on her NP, thankfully. But so that was one of the reasons why this was a controversial change, and Mash throughout Lostbelt will continue to get upgraded, so don't worry about it. But yes, it is a decidedly more offensive Mash. Yeah, chat, we will stop here. This is basically the final chapter, I believe. We have like 2 or 3 more fights, so. But this is a good quitting point. All right, chat, let's continue with LB1. We are close to the end. In fact, this may be the final part because we do have the gold chest here. Wait, why is it a writer again? I shouldn't have to battle Ivan again. Of course the song comes on. Cat's gonna get serenaded here. Actually, you know what? Get it all out, what's in my head, and a little peculiar. In the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream to the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I said, hey, 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 hey. I said, hey, what's going on? Bet now you're happy you got 720 instead of 1080, chat. Hey, hey, hey. I said, hey, what's going on? Not in meme form? Yeah, this is the original version of the song. Actually, no, I say that. I don't think this is the original version of the song. I think this is Four Non Blondes covering an older song, but I may be wrong. I think this song is from the 60s originally. So it is an Ivan. It's a not so terrible Ivan. Oh my god, do I try? I try all the time in this institution. And he prays. Oh my god, do I pray? I can't. For revolution. Yeah! What's in my head and I a little peculiar. Yeah! Scream at the top of my lungs, what's going on? And I said, hey, yeah, 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 hey, yeah. I said, hey, what's going on? It is a good song. I will give them that. Like, it is catchy, but the meme that it got turned into was like Galaxy Brain. They wanted the convenience of UE5 doing a lot of things for them. Yeah, that is why people like went to UE5 is they didn't like what some of the other engines were doing, like Unity, and 2, they kind of viewed it as, well, we need a bigger engine that we can kind of outsource for all this. I'm sorry, why did I do no damage? Is this another survive 5 turns? All right, this is gonna be bad in a hurry. Oh, it is? What? It's, oh no. You're right. Okay, so for anyone that's watching this as a new player, I ended up taking the wrong cast rate. It happens even to me sometimes. So, where they look so similar, it gets difficult to distinguish. You did an oops? Well, we'll win. Probably. Eventually. Okay, all the buffs wear off. Reapply! Time for a long fight. It is what it is. But this does also show off the, like, just pure strength of this. The big problem is going to be if he buff strips me. But I do have Lady Avalon's invulnerability if that happens. Khad can't tell the Saberface's part SMH my head. Listen, I can. I just didn't pay attention. The big problem is going to be I need to sync up his Noble Phantasm with at least having this, if possible. Yeah, this might take a hot second. I might have to wait for the party rotation. So he could potentially damage her there. I think we let him. I could stun him. That's another play here, but I don't think he's going to kill Lady Avalon this turn. So it's better to let him actually get some damage in. He just kind of like hard hyper fixated on her. There you go. I'll take it. We still don't have everyone's NP, and part of this is because like skill cooldowns are bad since I don't have certain units leveled. I'm just gonna let him send it. Oh wait, did I even have Invuln Pierce? Did I just do an oopsie? No, okay. I had to double check because I was like, hold on. He just has the buff removal. New OC quest Sunday night, yep. Okay, I'm gonna let Ivan damage us this turn. Gonna try to get Lady Avalon to her Noble Phantasm. She will get 10% because she gets 5% per turn base and 5% from her Noble Phantasm. There you go. It was enough to get her to 100, so as long as she doesn't die here. Never mind, it's Waver who's in trouble, but we're gonna do that. Ivan will probably eventually kill someone, but the idea here is that we rotate back in the actual damage dealer that is Ibuki, and then this goes a little bit faster. In that regard, it would have actually been perfect if he had killed Waver there, because a lot of my skills came off cooldown. Gotta ice that mammoth. That is what it is. Is this the new Immortal comp? No, this is like a shitty version of it, but it does kind of work. Like again, and part of the issue here is everybody in this, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but look at all the cards. They're all resist. Ivan literally has advantage over everybody in this. And so the fact that I'm lasting this long already is already like a huge coup in that regard. I'm at the art raid, yep. As I farm pages for Castoria, that's technically my issue, is going to be that here soon. I just wanted to get at least LB1 done, and I've kind of messed up this fight. I should probably abandon it because it would be faster if I did this the other way around. And that's, you know what? I actually think that's what we'll do. I'm just going to take the 5 AP loss. It's not worth the continued pain and suffering when I could probably just get through in like, you know, I don't know, maybe like 2 or 3 turns. Grubhub driver stole my order? Oh no, dude. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I did add the wrong Castoria back. I didn't know Ivan's battery as an enemy was a double tick up. It may be just for this battle. I don't know. Stuff like that is usually weird because usually a 30% is only 1 tick, but it could also be because he's Rider and he has the 5 charge. It decides to round up functionally. It's an NP gain up in a battery. Okay, yeah, that's probably a good point. The NP gain. So, like, obviously NP gain isn't a thing for them because they just get charge ticks per turn. So, it would instead convert any source of NP gain into charge. That does happen with other units, so I did forget about that aspect. Yep. I sometimes think these drivers are dumb because we can see where they're driving to. Listen, I'm gonna say not everybody working for a delivery service is a bad person or an idiot or anything like that. Some people just gotta do that job out of necessity. But there are points where I look at that and I go like, there's a reason you're doing this job and not a different one. That should be enough. We still have all the buffs. Let's send it. AI is a production filter. Or sorry, production filler in order to train that AI to eventually be the final product worthy, however, there's a rub. Yeah. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I think wish we got like half AP back before fitting. Yeah, I just wanted to see if I could do it, but I was like, yeah, you know what, this is just gonna take forever. But no, I think like AI. Oh, there you go. He buff stripped me, you little bastard. Not gonna be enough, Ivan. Get stunned, jerkwad. I think AI in general, like, I'm not somebody that's like vehemently against AI. However, AI does result in, as far as I'm concerned, a shittier product. So to me, how you use AI needs to matter. Also, there is the like morality component of using AI. I don't think you should be using AI necessarily to like replace someone. I feel like you should be using AI to make someone more efficient. And that's where I think it has actual value, as opposed to like, oh yeah, we're just going to use AI just to like get rid of these people so we don't have to pay them. I think that's a bad draw. Everybody's getting to their NP this turn. just got a text from my pest control guys like 10 minutes ago. And I'm like, why am I getting... Okay, I was not paying attention. What happened? What? All right, buddy. I see how this one's going. A little bit worried about the NP. This is going to be a foot race to see who can kill who faster. I'll be fine in the end, but because I think I at least have Mash on the back line. And Mash can solo him. Buff strip followed by focused attack. God damn it, dude. So he spammed buff strip, basically, is what happened. And that is something that can be a thing. When you use skills, you have a cooldown. When the AI uses a skill, it has no cooldown. There is no limitation. It can just keep using the same thing over and over again. So enemies can dodge multiple times in a row. Enemies can buff strip you multiple times in a row. Enemies can charge themselves multiple times in a row in a way that you would not be able to do. Damn, fuck Waver in particular. He knows the victory condition, chat. Evades and invulns usually have to be under a certain HP threshold. Not always, unfortunately, but yes, like, I feel like nowadays that's very common, as opposed to like back in the day, dude. Oh my god, freaking! I still remember Summer 1 Jack dodging 4 times in a row. I was not pleased with that fight. It's just like it was the thing, right? So. That's not always going to happen. Stuff like that is a rarity, but man, when it occurs, it can be nasty. I think probably the worst one that I've seen of like an ability to double up is like in particular, if you end up with someone that has like Imperial Privilege and they just start like spamming their Imperial Privilege and they keep getting multiple stacks of defense, they become like unkillable, at least for a little bit. And that one's not really going to be threshold based. That's just at its prerogative. Jerker. Kill him. It's just annoying at that point. I should have stunned him so that he couldn't buff strip me that time. They become very privileged. Oh, yeah. Chiron and LB 5.1 with Poseidon was an exception to both of those. Oh, yeah. There's definitely been some annoying ones over time. I actually don't know what this is, so we are going to run with a AoE Berserker again. Because it's just kind of smart. I'll leave Kestrel Berserker on the back line. We'll switch to using the Arts Mystic Code. I think it's a mob fight. Oh, and Yalter? Yeah, I don't remember. Like... It has been so long for me to go through like LB1 that I am just guessing, But now that we're kind of like through Solomon, like other than like a choice fight or two, usually in the early Lostbelts, it's really not bad. Like most of it is going to still be fodder enemies and things like that. Okay, I'm gonna close my eyes. Yeah, Pachi's only on his own side. Pachi is basically a coward. That's all you need to understand about him. Do that. Shoot the loop. Stupid dog's on the side of the trash where he belongs. Hey, there are many dogs in this audience right now. Okay. Don't you slander them by relating them to Pachi. Gets real with us and motivates us. Oh, that's 100% how the character is written, right? But that doesn't make me like the character. Oh, hi. Thanks for the instant charge gain. Better just do that. Do have the arts card there. I need to save the Mystic Code attack up because all my buffs are going to fall off. Technically, it's better, like, synergistically to pop them all at the same time. But assuming I can break this, and I definitely can because Waver's going to pop it right there, and then boom. Yep. So that got me a ton of charge. And actually, should be just enough. I think I have Waver's defense skill still. She's in PCL, but it'll be fine. Oh, why'd you say that? Oh, good. Okay. I was like, the second you said that, I'm like, she's gonna target Ibuki. But yeah, I did forget about the NPCL component. Up the defense. And back to back. Oh yeah, I know Yalter's single target. The LB didn't start feeling tough till like 5, but holy crap, did it pick up in difficulty? I think for a lot of people, Arjuna Altar was a wake up. I think LB4 was where people were like, okay, this is actually getting more difficult. Like, I think LBs 1 through 3, unless you were like gonna have a problem with Surtur, I feel like LBs 1 through 3 were not too bad. And then I feel like by the time you got to 4 was like all of a sudden they started increasing the health values, they started throwing in problematic mechanics, and people were like, okay, this is getting more difficult now. Then 5 was like, okay, this is difficult now. And don't get me wrong, I think like, you know, I'll say something like that and people will be like, oh, it's not difficult at all, Khad, what are you talking about? It's like, yeah, for some people it definitely wasn't. But I think like for your average player it was, and that's where it's like, you go, okay, I see what's going on. Yeah, the Xiang Yu Yume Ren tandem fight could also be a little spicy in 3. Caster, so this is going to be Anastasia. Anastasia is Invuln Pierce, but I'm trying to remember what else she has mechanically. There's some annoying effects with Kadoc's help. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. I can't believe I'm already at plug suit rank 4. It does not feel like I should be. Or MP also skill seals. Yep. Yeah, skill seal. In a weird way, skill seal, if it happens at the wrong time, can screw you. But to me, like, the creeping annoyance of skill seal when used on the player is the fact that it prevents the skill from cooling down for that turn. And that is annoying because it can just stall you out, especially for someone like me that doesn't have all of your skills actively worked on. This could potentially be another decent fight to like try and Draco instead. So if this doesn't work, we'll maybe go for it. Annoying. We also start out the fight buff block for 1 buff. I don't think she can stack that, but go like this. Let's give Anastacia just a free turn to kind of hit me, and let's see what happens. Oh, yeah, I didn't play that right. Man. Get stunned. That's kind of my only play here at this point. Doesn't really matter. He's a level 1 George, Khad. I mean, I could. Okay, at least she lost her invincibility. Should help things. For me, Serta just kept putting, getting put onto a bridge and twisted. I see. Using Fujino on him. Unfair. But no, it's like, I feel like each Lostbelt has like a particularly annoying boss. And as long as you can get through that, you're fine. But it is what it is. Gonna hit Castoria, yep. Glad I had the solemn defense stack, because holy hell. Alright, hold on. Let's do the NP gain, because that's arguably the best thing for me. Bit of my own Castoria on the back line here. Give me another arts up. Such a weird beginning to that fight. Gonna go for that. Has there been a caster boss with reactions before Anastasia? Good question. I feel like yes, but it was like Solomon. It's not good that I'm not getting the bar broken though. That is kind of oof. I also would like to get Lady Avalon to her Noble Phantasm, but I don't know how well this is gonna go. Basically, we have Anastacia to do here, and we have the tree. And the tree is going to be another interesting fight. Kind of overgauge. Overkill, sorry. I've read overgauge and it replaced it in my head. Okay, so she just charges to full there anyways. The problem is going to be not the Noble Phantasm itself. It can't do anything thanks to the Castoria NP. The issue is going to be, does she follow up and kill Castoria Berserker, at which point I'll have to scuff, because I could have easily prevented that. But this is one of the things that happens. It's a very frequent effect with a break bar, is that an enemy will full charge. It is one of the most hated ones, and one that like everybody just kind of is annoyed by. Okay, she spread it around. That's actually perfect and ideal for me. Also just go ahead and do the attack up here. OG Castoria still has her overcharge stack, so it just kind of works. So now we drop in a little bit to the immortal comp, where we have the MPs ticking, and we should be capable of getting it back. If I had managed to get a little bit more charge on Castoria there, I could have gotten her to 200%, which would have been even more charge stacks and would have been better. It drives me nuts when they jump their gauge. Yeah, I understand. It's sort of what I get, though, for attempting to use my own damage dealer. Well, I can do it again, certainly. Gonna go with the triple arch chain. Gonna prioritize that whenever possible at this point, because while I could have gotten more damage there, triple arts is gonna keep my NPs online, and I'm gonna need that with Kadoc's stupid command seals, which he only has one left, I think. Dude, can you not do all three attacks into the same unit? Like, that is an actual problem. I kind of just got to do it that way now and watch her, like, pop her thing to do invuln pierce. Okay, okay. Actually rigged. Like, actually rigged. Come on, game. The only way Castoria dies within 2 turns is if that exact sequence happens. I don't know what else to say, right? Like... It shows up on learn more. Okay, interesting. Hey, what's up, Musaki? How's it going? I'm doing all right myself. I'm struggling with Anastacia a little bit here because Anastasia's like perfect hard countering me at the moment. Which actually, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to get out of this one because I don't know that I have much left in the tank. We've got no skill. Yeah, I can't change the seed. So Anastacia just will kill. Unless maybe I can trick her into popping her break bar, but that's going to require really solid... She actually used a different... Wait, that shouldn't have happened, though. Huh? Okay, whatever. Send it. No! I'm not questioning it, chat. We just go. It seems rough, though. It's just, I let her get a triple attack off when I had 3 stacks of solemn defense, and she used that to functionally shred me. And then proceeded to follow it up by, like, insta-giving my Castoria Berserker, which is, like... It is what it is. Song is this? It's a vibe. Exclamation point. Current song. Also, what's up for? But yeah, it's like I said, I probably should not have gone into this fight with my own damage dealer. I immediately looked at it, I was like, this would have been really good for like Draco or even just a really strong single target rider. Oh right, she gets the guts, and I think that's a hefty guts too, if I remember correct. The problem is I don't really have anything left in the tank survivability wise, and she's about to get to another NP. I'm actually gonna hold off on the arts up there, because that may be a like last ditch survival mechanism. Now I get to choose. Oh no, now I don't have to choose. Sweet. Okay. So I'm gonna do Castoria's arts up on herself so that both of them have invuln now. So they should still be safe. Thank God I got the skills back in time. I'll probably try to get OG Castoria to her NP. And Lady Avalon's a thing, but I'm gonna need as much as I can get here. What did you do, Khad? Listen, it is what it is. Yeah, sometimes changing cards does get a different result. I believe it usually happens when you get a different, like, crit variant. But it's not like the actual act of changing cards. Did she just do the invuln pierce? Okay, no, hold on. Maybe we're fine. Maybe we're fine. We're fine. Hey, like... Anastacia actually kind of tilting me here. She's just doing a lot of her, like, problematic effects back to back. I can go for that. I'm gonna be honest, Anastasia's gonna hit her again. This fight cheats. It does feel like it. This fight's at least, like, deceptive with how difficult it can be at times. We're gonna pop the guts. Full bar, dude. Oh my god. I thought it was a half bar. I made this fight harder on myself. That's the only reason why I'm like having a little bit of struggling. And it's not honestly a bad fight if you take the right setup, but this one is one where I just like, I did not play this well. I underestimated it. Do the double MP gains. Shouldn't matter. We're just gonna send it. And we're basically gonna hope for the kill. Should always activate Pierce before NP. Yeah. Which back then we didn't have Castoria either, so like this fight was kind of nasty in that regard. Watching you play it, I swear I remember people discussing how rigged this fight can be. Oh, it is. It is something, and I don't feel like they did that ever again, because I think they kind of realized people did not appreciate how this one went. Usually the AI is somewhat random. It maybe has like checks that it does, like, oh, if my health is below 40%, consider popping an evasion, right? Like it'll weight things higher, but it won't like make it a guarantee. This fight really does try to make it a guarantee. So I believe this is the pillar. And while the pillar is not, sorry, yeah, the tree is probably the better way to describe it. While the pillar is not necessarily like you guys saw, it's not like my Castoria is going to hit very hard. Well, the pillar is the exception to that. Why? Because the pillar is considered a threat to humanity. Every single like tree is. So in that regard, this is going to be really nice because Castoria has anti-threat to humanity. The tree has awakened. The downside is going to be the tree often does AoE attacks, so if I can't move through it quickly, it will kill me. Because AoE attacks are a problem for anything that relies on the immortal comp. You can see it also has a decrease in damage taken from buster cards at first. And it has a ton of extra defense. We're going to go basically just to try and one-shot. We're going to need some decent card luck here. And it shouldn't hit too terribly hard. It's much more dangerous than an enemy. Yeah, there are a couple of units like that. Okay, so we got the first bar broken. Decent results on that. That should be enough. We're still gonna get some more charge here. Okay, the extra defense up is a little oof. Gonna pop both my NP gains. Means I'm not really getting stronger. So this one could get a little spicy in terms of requirement. I also do not have the cards that I want to see. I'm actually going to go ahead and do that. And we'll see how far that gets me. Anna needs one more buff, otherwise she has a decent kit. Yeah. And to be fair, like, I don't think anybody ever really argued that she was bad. It was that she kind of released in an almost undertuned state. She just needed some love. NP drain was the name of the game, pretty much. Back then, stalling relied on depriving an enemy of its NP, so you don't have to deal with the problematic NP effects if you just deal with it. Okay, it got through the solemn defense. But that is probably GG for Mr. Pillar Man. Just no love there. So we're gonna go with the Castoria NP here. I'm gonna attempt to do the one shot of this bar as well. Because it's kind of my only play. If these buffs fall off, I'm in a deep world of hurt from this thing. But yeah, anything that has anti-threat to humanity usually works really well against the pillars. And another unit that can also help you if you guys are struggling with this is Enkidu. Enkidu can deal extra damage to threat against humanity. Enkidu has a very survivable kit as a unit. So there we go. That is Lostbelt 1 done. Easy 3-turn. It actually did go our way in the end, so I can't get upset about that. Anastacia gave us a little bit of trouble, probably more than I would have liked, and I should have considered a little bit better how to deal with her. But in that regard, it still worked out. And honestly, to the same degree, things like buff block and skill seal would have worked really well against Anastacia. I like how you get back-to-back cutscenes there. There we go, got another Holy Grail. And apparently there is a new story clear campaign coming up here. And you'll also get the same thing with all of the singularities. You'll get a reward whenever you complete stuff. So naturally, you can see we got some quartz, but we also where is it? Sorry, hold on. We also get craft essences. Sometimes you'll get a unit as well, so it really just depends. Commemorative CE, yep. I usually lock it, but it's very rare that the commemorative CEs are actually good. More often than not, they're just actually commemorative and designed to remind you of things. There you go. So now we're back up to 649 quartz. Actually not doing that bad in that regard. Collector item, basically, yeah. And so craft essences do actually have text to them if you go and read the details on them. And some of them are really well written, particularly the ones that you get at the end of each Lostbelt. So yeah, so now we have 10 tickets. We're up to 649. If I were to convert that, that's another 66 quartz. So yeah, we're pretty much back at 750 again. We're already back where we were before I rolled for Castoria. That is kind of absurd. It should not be happening that fast. But sometimes you get a nice little confluence of rewards and you'll get a little bit of a big payday. It does happen, and it's always nice when it does. And we have a little bit of AP, but not enough to do another node. Chat, that will be it for FGO for tonight. Hey, if you liked the video, make sure to like and subscribe, right?